Hi everybody. Hey everybody. Oh, I forgot to turn off that light over there. Hold on. Okay. So hey everybody. Okay, let's jump right in. Good morning. Hi Nina. Hi Jack. Hi cute little angel. Amizi. Asia. Baby Yoda. Say something, Baby Yoda. We gotta see him. Okay. Amber Heard. Let's jump in.
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony
Hi
was.
Hi Julie. Hi
You heard
Kev.
Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and yes, that was
Hi, Despina.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed.
Camilla's impeaching her for lying.
You must have
Perjury.
also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet
Allegedly.
video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
You're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to
Get
me or
her,
not.
Camille.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
if I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this
I
trial
could have done a
that
lot
you know
more
how
with
to do
it.
things.
Are you implying you did a lot with it?
You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
Oh my God. So TMZ yesterday
This is
was
you
not
at the
really a
courthouse
payoff,
on May
but
27,
today we get the
2016,
payoff.
when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist?
And dear friend.
Yeah. Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this
Oh,
picture,
Jack,
is
thank
there?
you so much, sweetie.
I don't know
I
when
got
this was taken.
the
and
bunny
also
rabbit
I'm
is here
outside.
again.
I was obviously wearing makeup.
Because I'm pink.
I have no idea when this was taken.
With a
so
transparent
I have no
heart.
idea if I can
Let's
speak to
refresh your
what
recollection.
bruise you can
Let's
see or
refresh
not.
your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315?
Hey, Sunny Callie.
just
Hey,
for the
Gloria. Hey,
witness?
Sunset. Hey, Anna Tampero.
This
Hey,
is
Kate
an
Moore.
article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you, Ms. Pennington, we were just looking at. Yes?
Thank you. I popped
Yes,
your
I see
cherry.
that.
And the article is entitled Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
For every donation we get, we
I know
pop a
that's what the
cherry.
title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish
Thank you so
the
much,
article
Jack.
with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
We're popping cherries during the trial, yes.
1317
If you wish to
evidence,
donate to the Fashion Bunker, just, I think you can tip
There's no
donate
bruise on your face
in the
in this
chats,
picture
and
either,
then
right?
it takes you directly to
I
the
disagree.
PayPal. Thank you
If
so much
it
for
is
supporting your
taken
local
when it was
entertainer.
taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup, as per usual.
Let's zoom out of
Hey,
that
Nicole,
picture for a
Pop and
moment,
Chuck.
please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington.
I just shared everything
is
to
correct.
Instagram, you guys.
In
Sorry,
there
I'm
too?
multitasking.
Ms.
That is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I
Good
believe
morning,
she did,
Nicole.
yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Ms. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred
Anna,
during
it
the
should be the
December
last day.
15th,
Well, tomorrow there's
2015
one more
incident.
day.
Yes?
The jury
I'm not
needs to
quite
decide
sure
the
from
verdict, so
what
that can go
incident
on
this is
next
when I
week as
see
well.
this photo
But
in a vacuum without context.
yeah, it should be the last day.
Let's give you that context. Can we please, thanks, if I could have day 16 trial testimony?
Hey, Caboose Juice. Camille versus Amber, 90% of the highlight reel. Totally.
Approach.
All right.
So guys, be sure to subscribe to Totally Dacob. Let's try to reach 1K. I'm a little late today. Obviously, yesterday we were on time for Kate Moss. Today I told you I would be a little bit late because I had to sleep. I had stuff to do. But we can definitely, once the trial day is over, we can replay the beginning, just so that we can, at least the
Please
beginning of
turn
Amber Heard,
first
so we
to
get to
page
comment and see the whole thing, if you wish.
4585.
Hi, Nina.
Sorry, 1 sec.
Jack says, we're currently on Amber's side with their counterclaim rebuttal, whatever the hell that means. Live it, ferret.
Specifically on, starting on line 16. where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 4585. I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
Why the loose hair whenever she's on the stand? Doesn't it make it more difficult with the movements and the hair falling? She should have had it more
Line
up.
16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
But she didn't copy Kate
Yes.
Moss
Okay.
from
And
yesterday.
then do you see that your
she
testimony
didn't do the
about
black
December 15th,
blazer.
2015 follows?
Hey, Amizi.
Let's see. It's
Hello,
just the
Barbara
first
Rank.
line.
Hello. With the blue screen, the heart is blue. It's my merch. I love how it's transparent, so you can see the courtroom. Love is a journey, baby. Get your Love is a Journey merch on superdacob.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603,
Hey, Harmony.
starting at line 12. 4603.
Oh, the hair is hanging so the judge doesn't see all the smirking. That's a good one. The T-Pal. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes
Starting at
only.
line 12 and going on to page
Just my opinion.
4604, line 4.
Not funded in truth at all. Allegedly, everything. Just to be very clear. Hey, Edu.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what. The main apartment's penthouse 3. Generally, when we say main apartment,
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
the downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse, Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in
in my
relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead. What?
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Heard,
floor,
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is already in evidence.
All right, thank
Hey,
you.
Harmony.
Redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Livid for
Side
this
by
as an
side.
easy.
You've
It's
seen this
intense.
photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your Honor,
them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Heard,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard,
confusion.
there is no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything.
Oh my God, Camille!
Let's look at your direct testimony
I'm feeling
from
this.
the third day.
Ooh. Oh. Cha. Where's my fan? Oh my God, I'm feeling this. Oh my God, Camille. You don't want to be on Camille's bad side. You know what? Camille in a relationship though? You guys, I don't know. She's great to have on your side, but if she has a problem with you, you won't see the end of it. Allegedly.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
Caboose says Camille should chill a little. She came off a little angry. And Grant, hi Grant, by the way. Hey, Ana Lopez. Grant says, I agree, Caboose. Madame, how's it going? Hi, Dacob. Hi, guys. Hi, Madame. Tipa says, I think I'm going to have to wash my entire body in Paris, after this trial. Yes, we have to
Specifically line
disinfect
16.
from the negative energy. Oh my God, I am a vision in
Do you see where
pink
Ms.
today.
Bertahoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on
Pink
May
blush, pink
21st,
perfume, pink t-shirt.
2016?
I see that.
Okay. And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804. At line 14. 4804.
Hey, Tina Manske.
Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805.
Yeah, carrying the entire thing on her back, says Jack. I got pizza and chocolate
Do you
for
see
tonight.
that you're
It's so
testifying
intense.
that
Oh, I'm
defendant's
easy.
Exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects
Yeah,
spilled
Jack says
wine on
Camille
the
needs a
floor
holiday
in
after
penthouse
this.
5.
That's correct.
Holy
Okay. And
poop,
defendant's
says
exhibit
Anna.
512.
It's funny to
and
watch the people's
725
face
seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
In the courtroom.
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
Next to Camille
If you
sitting
remove
behind
the
there
redacted metadata, you can find out.
is Amber's sister.
It's right
Oh,
there.
now
Or
she's
you're
pushing
telling
the
truth,
metadata.
You would know.
Recognize a portion of a spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week,
we approach?
Yes.
Jack says, I looked at Amber's Instagram. It gave me extreme controlling vibes. I mean, so if she testified to have recognized the floor before and now she's retestifying saying, I don't know, show me the metadata, show me the metadata. And the metadata is a thing that they've been pushing yesterday. I guess she did not like how they were pushing the metadata conversation yesterday with the forensic metadata, whatever his name was, guy. And now she's kind of playing with that metadata concept back to them. I have the feeling just psychologically. Hey, Andrea Myers, how's it going, my love? I looked at Amber's, oh, sorry, right now. Edu says, this hair is disturbing. Edu, mine or Amber's? Both our hairs are disturbing, probably. Harmony says, I agree. Love that she's on Johnny's side, that Camille is on Johnny's side, but she for sure scares me. And Jack says they had a metadata witness in this morning for Amber's side. Oh, gotcha, Jack. We're going to have to rewatch that
Ladies
probably
and gentlemen
later.
in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that, sorry, Your Honor. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you think Ms. Moss needs to come out of the
woodwork
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people.
Oh, you heard that rumor, and yet you still went together with Johnny?
Not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor.
So now
with
she admits
powerful
that
men.
she wrote it about
Currently,
him.
that
She was
person
claiming she
in
didn't write his name in the
jail time for
op-ed.
committing perjury.
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind,
Curry?
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have
For a
seen people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard,
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah. But you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies,
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your Honor.
cried on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Oh my God, I was not breathing. Oh God, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh-cha.
Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken.
Camille is ready
why
to
might that
object.
Objection,
Because there's so
lack of
many-
foundation.
I knew she was going to
Because
object.
there's so many incidents. of
Body
violence.
language.
There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people
Hey,
don't
Sharon
have
Cole.
this kind of
Hello,
evidence
sweetie.
for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection,
behind the
non-responsive.
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically?
Yes,
Verbally?
yes,
Emotionally?
yes,
Psychologically?
yes.
Oh, come on, tear.
How did the threats
No tear.
that Mr. Depp made
Not yet.
against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me
Hey,
he'd
Maria.
ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, He'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-responsive.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Well, those are
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
She's
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. If I could have the attorneys approach.
Oh boy. I jumped into this right in the, I guess, in the heat of the moment. Jack says, like, the beginning of today, "Hey Judy, my apologies again, boop, for calling you Michelle until now. Sorry, Judy." All my respect to Judy. So Jack said it was a little bit lame, lackluster before this. But I gotta say, we jumped into it straight away. By the way, subscribe, you guys. Let's try to reach 1K subscribers. And thank you, Edu, for the compliment for my hair. Like, good morning hair, right? You did not like Amber's hair. For me, Camille is a little bit too aggressive today. I couldn't breathe. I was like, oh, and she's attacking her again and again and again. Hey, Rosha, and hey, Despina, hey, everybody. Hey, love. Francesca, hi. I felt like she was a bit too harsh. I did not enjoy this. Is it because it's the last day and they gotta really kind of hammer it, you know, kind of nail the coffin? Hey, Isla, nail the coffin, hit the nail in the coffin, or nail the coffin with the nail. I don't know, whatever. Hammer that nail into the coffin. I did not like it. So Camille lost points for me. Also, hey BB. Also, hey Harmony. Also, what I want to say is, actually, Amber's last part that she said now with Rotten, what's his name? Rottenborn.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right,
Oh,
ladies and
that's it.
gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go, tomorrow I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take get them together as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go, okay? So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
So it's over.
All right. We'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right. We'll see you at 12:50 then.
So is it over for today, or are we back at 12:50? Or they're not going to be live streaming anymore? Is this done? Hey, Judy. Oh my God, loving the little leopard moment. Little kitten living for it. Our minx. Yas, Judy. So, is that it, you guys? Okay, so what I wanted to say is this it? Okay, we live streamed 10 minutes. I'm not sure if the live stream continues, says Jack. I think they finished. Says Despina. Harmony says, oh my God, I'm sad it's over, but also so glad I can sleep at a normal hour again, LOL. Francesca says, I think it's over for today. So I don't know if they're going to be live stream. Well, closing arguments. Wait. When are the closing arguments? Today or tomorrow? Tomorrow, right? Our closing arguments. The live stream continues, says Hella. Okay, so I think that Amber's closing was strong. I mean, I kind of handed to her. He is coming for her. I mean, whether or not justly so is what's up for debate, more or less. But the fact that he's really pushing not just to clear his name, but that he was also pushing to delete her career, also kind of comes across like he's crucifying her. Now, whether or not it's legitimized, we don't know, but it's intense. And she had a good point that he's coming for her, and he like a bulldog, you know, he bit and he's not letting go. I feel that. At the same time, Camille was way too aggressive. At the same time, after all of this trial, I also feel like, just my opinion only, that she was also abusive to him during their relationship. One point that I would have, if I were Camille, touched base on, when Amber said, I heard the rumors, we all heard the rumors, what he did in the 90s, like how he was to women in the 90s. I would have said, well then, if you knew that he was abusive to women in the 90s, why would you date him in the 2010s? Knowing that he's such a bad person, allegedly, why did you still decide to go in a relationship with him? Misheard. So there's that. Madame says, where are your private leaked messages with Judy Dacob? We want the link. Tifa says Camille's closing was equally strong. Jack says, we can't forget the years everyone absolutely hated Johnny. True. She also made his life a living hell, allegedly. Harmony says, what's sad is how much Johnny stutters when he speaks. He doesn't seem as coherent as Amber. Not sure if it's due to years of drug abuse. I mean, I've seen interviews with Johnny many decades ago. He's always very slow-paced, a lot of pauses between sentences and words. He's done that when he was also much younger. I wouldn't necessarily attribute this to all the drug. We don't know. We're no doctors. I'm not a doctor, so I can't say. But what I can say is that I have seen interviews with Johnny Depp from many, many years ago, and he was also very, very slow-paced, the way he would talk. So there's that. So I wouldn't say necessarily that it's much worse now, his way of talking, than it was before. And also, so Sharon Cole says she is finished no matter the verdict because the world has seen her lies. Johnny self-medicated because he was so unhappy. We have seen it all, says Sharon. Anna says, Jack, Dean, exactly. Sunset says, the minute she picked up the pen, she asked for it. Kate Moore says, but she's also destroyed Johnny. Caboose Juice says, where is the $7 million? Grant says, Johnny reminds me of the state of Aussie. BB says, he is coming for her now? Yes, but was he coming for her then? Think not. She got caught in her web of lies, says BB. Kate Moore corrects too, but she's also destroyed. Oh, but she also destroyed Johnny. Maria says, I take all responsibility, Your Honor, from telling you her name was Michelle, says Maria. Maria also apologizes for Michelle Judy mix-up. That was hearsay from Maria because Maria saw it on Twitter. Jack says, Amber's ending speech was very acted and fake to me, says Jack. Miri says, in my eyes, they are both broken, toxic people. Hiromi says, hi Dacob, hi Hiromi. Harmony says, Johnny didn't use to stutter when he was younger in interviews. Slow pace is consistent, yes. Yeah, guys, he stuttered most of the time here in the trial because he was being interrupted. And from what I've seen, when Amber's lawyers interrogated, interviewed him, whatever you want to call it, they would strategically, this is just my opinion, keep interrupting him because they knew by doing so they would get him out of the rhythm. So that's why he started stuttering. But in a like television interview or when he's promoting a movie type of interview, if the interviewer would let him talk, Johnny would have his pauses in between sentences, but he would deliver a thought. Now, if you keep interrupting him, he's going to start stuttering, especially because they're interrupting him, trying to either set a booby trap for him, make him say something or admit to something that he doesn't want to admit to. So it's a much more tense, being under examination, interrogation, investigation like this is a different scenario than when you're chilled talking about a movie you're presenting, obviously. So we have to take that in consideration as well. The stress level added to his way of talking, which was already slower by nature, I'm just going to say it like that now because we've seen him do it before, seems, it's a much higher pressure cooker of a situation. So I don't blame him for stuttering more now than he did in the past. I don't blame him at all. But anyway. Amber indirectly admitted again that her op-ed was about Johnny, so that was quite important, says Harmony. I agree on that. Lynn says, hi Dacob, hi everyone. Hi Lynn's Moomin. So we're 75 subscribers away from 1K. The stream is over, you guys. Should we start from the beginning, although it was very boring? Let's just do it. I mean, might as well. Let's start all over again. You guys who wants to watch with me the last day, we can do it together now. Let's start all over, even though it was boring. It was a very short day in court. Let me know, guys, in the chats if you want me to start over and we just sit together these couple of hours and watch it. Sunset says, yes, let's do it. Nina says, yes. Amizi says, yes, let's do it. Jack says, I skimmed through the start. Cassia, hey, how's it going, sweetie? Cassia, let's do it. Maria says, yes. Dr. Hughes was back. Ew, LOL, says Maria. Sunset sends love. Kate says, yep, yay. Roja says, Famika says, yes. Hella says, can't believe Amber said Kate came out of a wood hole. Yeah, out of the woodwork to testify for Johnny. That was insane. Joy Nordstrom, yes, please. Hi, Joy, by the way. Nina says, I didn't see much. Sorry, I just woke up a short while ago, so I'm all still puffy and my eyes are swollen, but we'll get to it. I have my coffee, so listen, we are fashionably late. I always say this. We're not lawyers. We're just fashion addicts, pop culture addicts. We love our, by the way, I just got this. I got my Chucky Blu-ray set of the first season. So obviously we love all these pop cultural things. We're going to go through Chucky as well. But let's focus on the trial. So obviously we woke up a little late. We're going to do it now, whatever. Well, we'll go. We're going to rewatch the thing together. The important thing is that we're together, spending time together, kikiing together, having some snacks together. And, it is what it is. So Nina says, I didn't see much, so yes, let's redo it. Despina says, yes, let's rewatch. T-Pal says, this morning beginning, absolutely. Yes, T-Pal, we're going to rewatch the entire day, whatever they did in court today. We're going to rewatch it together. Miri says, I have already seen it, but I will stay and watch it again if you do it. Julie says, yes. All right, everyone was waiting for you. Actually, Sunset, perfect. All right, Francesca says, I want to watch it. I just finished work. It's past 5 p.m. in Manchester, says Amizi. So let's do this, guys. Yeah, we got Chucky in the house. We got Baby Yoda in the house. Oh, here we go. Oh, Grant, you saw this at Best Buy? This is the one with the lenticular cover. It's like 3D. Maybe you don't see it on camera, but it's a 3D cover with a book and postcards. It's like the special edition. It's amazing. I love this TV show. Wanna play? Ha ha ha. Welcome
Good
to
morning,
court.
ladies and gentlemen. All right, have your seat. All right, your next witness,
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr. Gilbert.
It's like the Twilight Zone in the fashion bunker. Like we're starting all over again. And for those of you who are just tuning in, this is live. You can join the chats by subscribing to my channel. And let's try to reach 1K subscribers.
Good morning, Dr. Gilbert. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
So he's responsible for Johnny's finger being put back on, I guess. Hey, Barbara.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
Oh, thank you, Rosha. It's from my merch collection.
May have
Love is a journey.
gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay.
This heart is blue.
What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Hi,
Approximately
Letty.
1/3 of my practice.
Get it at superdacob.com.
And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them
Hey,
either
Madame
pre- or
Ross.
post-operatively. A large
Stay that way
portion
with
of
the
hand
heart.
Surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
Wait, I have to go to Johnny.
In
Johnny's
terms
in my
of the
heart.
surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself.
The heart is a bottomless
And this really
pit.
varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Johnny touched me, madame.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Yes, you can reattach a finger. My dad also lost a finger in an
Where are
accident
you currently licensed?
In New
many
York.
years ago when he was still with
How
us.
long have you been licensed in
And they
New York?
reattached
I have been
one.
licensed
He
in
lost
New York
two,
since
actually.
1994.
One they couldn't reattach, one they could.
So that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
It was
Yes.
amazing how they
Can you
reattached
tell us
it.
about
And
those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications
And how it
in
functioned
surgery of the hand
after it was
from the
reattached,
American Society
after
for
rehab.
Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the
Letty asks, what
American
version of Sauvage
Association
do I
of
have?
Orthopedic
Right now,
Surgery,
this is the
and
Parfum,
the
but I have the
American
Eau de
Society
Toilette
for
and the Eau de
Surgery of
Parfum as
Hand,
well.
as well as the
You know, I reviewed all
New
three.
York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
No, love, they did not glue the finger
Have
back.
you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
Yeah, T-Pal, we were
So, Dr.
happy
Gilbert,
that at least one finger was still, you know.
What work were you asked to do in
Attached.
connection with this case?
Thanks,
So I was
T-Pal.
asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger.
So
And
he's
he describes
re-saying,
that the
hey,
vodka bottle exploded.
he did not cut his own finger. The vodka bottle was thrown at his finger, cutting it off.
Are
He
you
did
aware
not cut
of
off
other
his own finger, the
explanations for that
doctor is
injury?
saying.
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
And Dior, they never
on your
canceled his
review of
contract. They
the
kept working with them.
Medical records.
And I really
and
love
other
that Dior
documents
did
in
that.
connection with Mr. Depp's
Shows a
finger
lot of
injury.
integrity. But Dior
How would you
did
describe
fire
the
John
nature of the
Galliano,
injury
which
to
was
Mr.
not good.
Depp's?
But anyway. Grant, that's a good
Well,
point.
the nature of the injury was...
Grant says, I think Amber
he
might
had
have helped
what we
his
described
career
as a
in some way.
comminuted fracture of the
Because
distal
everyone loves a
phalanx,
comeback,
meaning there
and
was
I
a
think all the
fracture
interest in
of
Johnny
the
has
tip of
made
the
streaming
finger,
companies
and
license
comminuted
old
meaning that there were
catalogs.
multiple pieces.
Good
So
point,
this
Grant.
is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the
Thanks, Letty.
pictures,
Strawberries.
to
Yeah,
be
my
some
dad
type
loved
of sharp
strawberries.
laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can we take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60?
Oh, you're welcome, Nina. Yeah. Dior kept
And
their contract
pull
with
up
Johnny,
Go to page 3.
while L'Oreal canceled theirs with
And
Amber,
Dr. Gilbert, are you
allegedly.
familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are two radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, we'll identify it as 60, page 3, and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you off there. Can you just tell the jury
Broken.
what we're looking at here in
So
this
we're looking
X-ray?
at two x-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury, and towards the tip of the finger there's a fracture, again what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So a vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger.
The other
resulting
Nina.
in the
Both
soft tissue
Ninas.
loss
Hi,
that was
everyone.
also seen with this injury.
Hope you have a good day today. Thank you. You too.
What's your assessment of
Hey, RN.
the description of
Hey,
the cause
Audrey.
of the injury offered by Ms. Heard?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition,
Makes sense.
just taking into account the radiographs.
No,
of
Audrey,
the
we're
pictures
just
of the
beginning.
injury,
We're just beginning.
I would not believe that a blunt force, solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
Hey, Nadine. I'm good. I hope you're well too.
What other injuries, if any, would you expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Heard described?
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is a dorsal in the back of the hand, as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare, so you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
He's literally telling us Johnny did not hurt himself.
The injury, can
If we read between the
explain to us
lines.
exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded, so it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Okay. Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well?
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes,
Okay.
but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that you, well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury, but I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Okay. Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching or what he described as an avulsion type injury, and that's
Anna, he's
referring
not
to the
saying
soft
that
tissue
Johnny
loss.
didn't hurt himself.
That's
We're
certainly
reading that between the
possible, but if
lines.
you
That's
look
what's
at the
implied.
pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were
He
clean
might
edges, it was
conclude
not
that,
jagged.
but for now
And
it's
generally,
kind
when
of
you
like
have an
a
avulsion or a pinch type
deducted
injury, you see a
yourself,
very
you know,
irregular
like type
border to
of
the skin.
scenario
It's pinched off. You can
for the
imagine,
jury
as opposed
to
something
kind of
that's cleaner,
have that
would be
aha
lacerated
moment
by,
themselves.
let's just say a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
Amizi wants this guy as a
And
husband.
we're using the term soft tissue loss. and just to make
Intelligent,
sure we're on the same
attractive.
page,
Amizi says
can you
she's
just tell
31 and
exactly
she
what you're
would date him
referring to there?
anytime.
Right, so there were two components to this injury.
Hey,
One, the
Louis.
fracture of the
Hi.
bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion.
He's a handsome man. Yeah,
Meaning a
I
pinching
would-
injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's
Yeah.
more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in
Solid.
one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Nina changed her name to Nina B to avoid the confusion between Nina and Nina.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
There you go, Anna. You got your answer. He said it.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
He's a doctor, Louis, orthopedic,
Well,
like hand surgeon doctor. He fixed
Makes it
allegedly
highly
Johnny's
unlikely
finger
that
when
the
it
mechanism
got
of injury
fractured.
described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Yes, Harmony. Charles guy
Do
from
you have
TMZ
any
yesterday,
opinion regarding
he
the
was hot,
direction
but
of the
he was
injury?
giving me major slimy vibes.
It's certainly
Very
based upon
Slytherin.
the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And how does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if just say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards.
Yeah,
But
thin
in general,
shards.
when
Yeah,
you're
those
thick
thick
glass, such as you see in a
boogers.
bottle or
Yeah.
or pane
Yeah, I
of
get it,
glass,
doctor.
you generally
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see
The TMZ
glass,
guy had the
but,
best comeback, says Madame.
you
Yes,
certainly
when he
can, but
clapped
it's not
back
surprising
at
that you don't.
Elaine.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Somebody commented in the comment sections after I posted the video yesterday saying
Thank you, Your Honor.
they were surprised
Good morning,
Elaine
Dr. Gill.
didn't
Good morning.
counter interrogate
You're being
Kate
paid
Moss.
$1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Again, with the money. How much money do you get?
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury.
And they said Elaine
Correct.
would have
And
probably
you're
said to
aware-
Kate Moss, "Are you
said
giving
a
testimony
few
just for
times
5 minutes of
Ms.
fame?"
Heard's account or Ms. Heard's explanation.
Which
right?
is what Amber
You were saying
Heard
that?
tried to do
Yes.
today.
You're
Kate
actually
Moss
aware
coming out of the
that
woodwork.
Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger.
But Camille
You're
nipped
aware
her
of
in the
that, right?
bud.
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger, correct?
No.
Yes. You're aware that Miss Heard testified, and this was from your deposition, you're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Louise says, "No, did Amber say that? Come on." Nina B says, "That must have hurt so much with the broken finger. I cry when I get a rose thorn or any thorn. I have blackberry bush in my garden. Love them, but they hurt so much. Cannot imagine all the pain Johnny went through."
You gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there
We're talking about the
four
TMZ guy.
pages
Madame
per
says, "And you,
page of
Elaine,
paper.
I ain't got time for your questions. I don't have time for you."
It's on page 16 of the document.
Okay.
Okay, in line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please?
Hey, KDF.
Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I'm aware from reading, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism.
All right, Katie,
that she
have fun
claimed
with
it
the-
would cause the finger
with your
injury.
clients.
Question, but have you read
Patience.
anything so far that indicates
See you
she
later.
doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone. It's that she
Tier
doesn't
3 is
know,
coming
correct?
soon, Sharon.
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured.
Correct.
Correct. But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my question.
Correct, yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from.
Correct.
But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there, and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
I'm sorry, page
25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the doc.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem.
No problem. I got you. I got you.
I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by, quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palm
T-Pal, I
side
think
down?
Amber
Answer,
Heard
that's what he claimed.
implies that
according
Johnny
to the
cut his own
history,
finger off.
Yes. Question. And would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palm or side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which
You're
I
welcome,
believe
Nina.
it probably did, which
Told
I
you
didn't
it's
get into
Fellini.
in my note here. But question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that?
You come to me for
Answer,
pop culture.
No.
There's a reason.
Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did
Tier
not.
3 is not up yet,
Did I
Sharon.
read that right?
It'll be up soon.
Correct. That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified. That's
In
not
fact,
what.
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp
Hi,
somehow
Heather.
suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Dr. Gilbert, just very briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanisms of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example, if you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other
Oh,
injuries
pardon me, I
on
had
the
to
hand,
sneeze.
right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning...
Oh, have fun with the
punching
focaccia,
against
Nina.
the wall
Yeah,
or
gorgonzola
getting
with
the
pizza
hand
is amazing.
slammed
Glad you
in
liked
a
it.
door or something like that.
Thanks, guys. Bless you. Thank you.
And your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation
Thanks, guys.
of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you.
Should I give this to you?
You can just leave it there, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness.
So the jury is really receiving only $15 a day.
Plaintiff rests, Your Honor.
All right, plaintiff rests their rebuttal case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure.
Plaintiff rests. Now we're doing rebuttal. Also, so rebuttal is beginning, and this is going to be a funny portion. Also, what I want to say, I forgot what I wanted to say. What were we talking about? Oh, damn, I forgot. My husband is just ordering food, and I didn't hear him. Okay, so T-Pal wants to know what's tier 3 difference. Well, so we're talking about tiers on memberships. and for Patreon as well on my main channel, because Totally Dacob isn't monetized yet. By the way, subscribe if you haven't already. Let's try to reach 1,000 subscribers. We're literally, what are we, like 70, 80 subscribers away. And so Tier 3 is going to be connected, Tier 3 memberships and Patreon from the main channel is going to be connected to mostly to Discord. And all tiers are going to have access to Discord, which I'm working on right now. And actually, Discord is already available now for Super Dacob. You can only access Discord if you are a member or patron. For Patreon, not yet, because I'm working on the connections. It takes a long time to build that up. But what's going to be Tier 3 is going to be like a Zoom, not a Zoom call with video, but audio call, like a live call once a week, where we all get to kind of tune in, call in, talk, discuss stuff we want to talk about. So there's going to be like an extra level there. That's going to be Tier 3, and then more stuff, more perks coming as we go along. So rebuttal is beginning. So plaintiff rests. We're going to see Amber Heard hit the stand soon. Now, the doctor, a lot of you thought he was kind of sexy. I mean, he had a little something. He was definitely a handsome dude, right? Nicole says, is this where our stream began today? No, the stream began towards the end of Amber Heard's cross. And that's where we began. So we're going to watch the whole thing through. Nina says to Sharon Cole, tell me later what you guys order for dinner. Get some pizza with gorgonzola. It's Dacob approved. It's really good. Pizza with gorgonzola, tomatoes, just like a mozzarella with extra gorgonzola. I also order like grilled chicken on top, which is really good, but yeah. Just saying. So yeah, Jack says, that's right. Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. $15 a day. So they pay them $15 a day for 6 weeks, like they're doing this thing, not having a social life because they're not allowed to talk about the trial with anybody. And then the judge is like, okay, now you're gonna, I'm not gonna give you a limit to how long you're gonna have to, how many days you're gonna need to decide the verdict of this case, but just to let you guys know, I'm not serving dinner, so bring your own food. I didn't like that joke. I was like, first of all of these people, professional witnesses, like this doctor, what did he say? How much he was paid an hour? $1,000 or whatever. They're all paid so much money. The judge is paid a lot. The lawyers are paid a lot. And then the jury is like $15 a day, allegedly, right? And then she's not even going to give them food. They have to come to court. And basically they can't really leave, within a reasonable hour in the evening, she said, they can leave to go home to sleep. But then they have to come up again the next morning. And they have to keep deliberating until they reach a verdict with basically no money, basically no food. They got to make their own food. I don't like that. I don't like that system at all. I don't like that system, I don't like how people are treated in different categories and levels. No. Now, I know I've heard that people can get out of jury duty if they have issues at work, their job won't permit, if it affects their livelihood to a point where they won't be able to survive, then usually, I guess it depends which state you're in, but usually you get freed from jury duty. Also, I've heard that depending on the states, I think you got to wait a year after the case, and then you can write a book about it. Then you're allowed to talk about it to the media, to the press, so there's money to be earned there. In other countries, you're not allowed as a jury to ever talk to press after.
Yes, Your Honor.
But in America, in
Mr.
some states, you
Murphy?
can, apparently.
Julian Acker.
All right. Mr. Ackert? He has to be sworn.
So I guess to be jury in such a high-profile case is not a bad thing if you want to earn that money 1 year later.
Testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law.
Because I would love to hear. Oh my God, is that Anna Delvey? That looks so much like Anna Delvey, though. Anyway, I don't have time for this witness. I don't have time for you.
Morning.
Can you please state your name?
Julian Ackert.
And can you please describe your educational background?
I agree,
following high
Jack.
school?
People should be
I have a
rewarded highly
Bachelor
for
of Science
dedicating a
in
chunk of
Computer
their life to
Science
decide
from the University
justice
of Virginia.
or to
What
serve
is your
justice.
profession?
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that company.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
Hey,
I have
Aisha.
experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner.
Yeah, Julie says, I think employees should pay us, or the state. Well, the state pays you 15 a day, jury, at least in Virginia, I guess.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are
and
you
no dinner, the
forensically
judge
imaging?
said.
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any
Just
trainings
itchy,
or
so I have to
presentations to
press
other
to not
individuals in the e-discovery
take the
area?
makeup off.
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any,
Oh no,
professional
T-Pel, that's terrible.
certifications do you have?
T-Pel got a $120 parking ticket during a 2-week trial.
That's the GX certified
So,
forensic
lost money.
examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to
Sharon,
pass the test
for
with a certain
now,
degree of,
the memberships
a certain percentage of passing.
are only connected to
Do
the
you
main
belong to any
Super
professional
Dacob
organizations?
channel. Maybe in the
I
future,
am a
other
member
channels
of
will
a
get
conference
memberships
called
as
the
well, but
Sedona
for now, no.
Conference. It's a conference that is
Thank you for asking.
a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology
I found
and
it worked,
technology
Louis.
issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness
Yeah,
in the
Jack,
field
all
of
the
computer
channels.
forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Acker?
Ackert, A-C-K-E-R-T.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So, for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at
And the
on
jury is not
laptop,
sequestered.
as well
No,
as
they go
all
home
of the
every day.
metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information
This jury is
accompany
not
that
sequestered.
information that's collected?
There are cases where juries are
Typically with
sequestered.
forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Hey, Julie Scott.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing?
Have a great day at
yesterday?
work.
I do.
What is that?
Hashing
Anna loves
is
a raspy
essentially
voice.
a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an
But he's a
evaluation of
little
the binary
too.
ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And what, if any,
There's a
applicability
particular
does
tone
hashing
in his
have to the
voice, a
visual
color.
appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that
Doesn't
I
work for me,
printed
personally.
and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Here for the plan says the
Can you give any
$15 a day
examples of
is to
digital photographs
de-incentivize
that visually
people
appear the
from
same, not hashing?
wanting to be on
I believe
juries.
Mr. Neumeister included three
they don't
of
care
those
that
in
most
his
jobs don't
demonstratives
compensate jury
yesterday.
duty. Good luck
Three
making rent.
side-by-side photographs that look
Yeah, but it's
visually
a
the same,
duty.
but did not
You-
hash.
You have to do
It
it.
makes
It's
sense
not like
that they
they
wouldn't hash. Each of them
write
have
in the
different
newspaper
file
who wants
sizes.
to be in the
And a
jury.
file
Like
size can change
random
for a
lottery,
photograph
you get
depending
it,
on
you got to
what
do
with
it.
the photograph. So,
So
for example, maybe you want to take that photograph
There's
and
no
email it to somebody on your
disincentivizing.
phone. You choose to use a small, medium, or large, or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's two types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard, is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So, for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple, and that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
Yeah, but that photo looked different. It was more red and then less red.
Metadata field. What does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671?
So how much is Apple paying him to promote Apple?
Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying what the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart is? And Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up. Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Heard's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister?
But you know what the funny thing is?
Captures?
This guy,
Yes, I do.
he
What does the
said
information in that column mean?
This is the date
these
time
apps
metadata of the
that
particular
generate
photo
these
on
photos, they
Neumeister's
can also be
report.
used to
So,
retouch
for
them.
example, the first row, 23.
He said
the
it,
date
his
time
words.
captured,
So,
or the date captured is
done.
December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016.
And I
Third
hope
row,
that
May
Johnny's
21st,
lawyers catch on that.
2016. Fourth row, May 21st,
that they
2016.
kind of that they
Just
get
scroll to the
on
next
that
page,
and they
please,
were like,
Michelle.
you know, I would ask him like, did you say that
Please
these
continue for the items on
apps
this
are also
page.
used to
The
retouch
top row of
photos?
this page, the one that came
And then
from
if he says
Neumeister's
yes, I'll be
report,
like,
page
I
30
rest my case.
shows December 16th, 2016, and then finally 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart,
Yes, I do.
and where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of this same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version. In
Take
the metadata.
Amber away. I want to see Kate.
What do the little A's followed by numbers back up, what does that mean?
What a day
Evidence
yesterday
IDs,
with Kate
anything
Moss.
with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please?
Hey,
Defendant
Rich Smith.
1675.
Jack says they've also presented overcomplicated demonstratives to confuse the
And,
jury.
Do you recognize
Yeah,
this
I can
chart,
see
Mr.
that.
Eckert?
Yes, I do.
Without
Anna
yet
says
getting
Kate is
into the
queen,
contents, Can you
yes.
please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of
Talia.
my findings.
Jacob, you
Permission to
actually have a
publish
great lawyer
Defendant
face.
1675 is a
You would
demonstrative
totally
count.
rock a courtroom.
Objection?
No objection.
So, in other words, I look like a bitch. Thank you.
Can you please describe in more
You
detail
rest
what
your
the
case.
three columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Oh, thanks.
Do you see the source
Sharon
code column?
says,
Yes,
Sharon
I do.
Cole,
And the
okay,
source
sweetie, if
details
we all
column?
help on all the
Yes, I
channels,
do.
it
Can
will
you please
really help,
describe
and
what those
then
columns mean?
we are not worrying about our
Generally,
Dacob.
the
Thank you.
evidence
Because you
number
give
is
us
the
so much
evidence number
entertainment,
that
and we
you
love you.
assign
I
to a
love you too,
particular
guys.
piece of
Thank you so
evidence,
much.
And the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671?
Yeah, me as a lawyer, Jack. Objection. She had a shower after getting a perm. Legally Blonde.
Thank you. So, Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these two demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the left, you can see in the fourth column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified.
It's not
and the
about
sources of
original
where they were
versions.
identified. So if you look at the first one, for
It's
example,
about, you can also retouch an original version.
the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop, same with A0012 and 13. You can see this again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30.
Elaine was looking at the
taken
jury,
on December 16th,
trying to
2015,
read the jury.
And he was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad, and it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Mr. Acker, you can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos.
True, Andrea.
That he had concerns about.
iPhone 6, yeah, he did mention iPhone 6, didn't he, yesterday?
I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, sir.
YouTube does not allow me to say what vibes this witness
Thank you,
gives
Your
me,
Honor.
so I'm just going to keep it to myself.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before?
Give or take, yes.
Oh,
For more than a
he's on their
dozen years?
payroll.
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
No, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Neumeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Neumeister didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
All right. You'll agree with me that in some instances,
You can see that he's been doing it for many years.
Multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
Yes.
All right. And you'll agree with me that the EXIF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
No.
You said it.
I'll agree that they show the use of the Photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Editing.
Okay, so what you we're quibbling with is
You edit a
that
photo,
it
you retouched
will
it.
Sort and edit.
Edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are
He's not
authentic
asking you
original
that.
photographs. For the ones that
That's not what he's asking you.
Meister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying?
Oh, the trial is
that
live
those
again?
are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay.
No, that's not the question. Oh my
Mr. Gibson,
God.
will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712 and Defendant's 713 next to one another? Your Honor, these have already been.
He's been
admitted
trained
in
well.
the yes that we published to the jury.
How many years did he say he works for Elaine?
Can you see those, sir?
Yes, I can.
It's obviously retouched.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right. We can take that down.
It's the same picture, but two different retouchings.
Mr. Gibson, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1308? This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Okay, well, if it's live again, we're going to get to it.
Not
We're
as a
just going to do this
demonstrative,
chronologically
All right.
now.
Be identified and published to the
So
jury
no
as
worries,
demonstrative.
guys. We'll get to it. We'll get to everything.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object.
Oh,
it's
now they showed
cumulative,
the
Your
whole
Honor.
thing.
Actually, no. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
All right. 1308 is in evidence. Mr. Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
Which is up there at the top.
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second as each other, correct?
And that's what the daytime metadata shows, yes.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
Good point.
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field.
What are you
But I
paid
think
for,
that's what
dude?
Even Mr. Neumeister said that you need to look at the software metadata field.
So what are you paid for? To say what they want you to say?
Admitted evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
No further questions.
All right.
Yeah,
And
thank
just
you.
for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay?
Like, oh, redirect now?
All
So-
right.
Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that
That
traverses
metadata.
with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes. Based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Eckert, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free
The
to
whole
go.
legal system is so sketchy.
All right.
They've been working
Did you
with
wanna
the same
approach this
dude for
a
how many
moment?
years did they say? 10, 15 years? I forgot the number. And he always testifies, allegedly always testifies to their benefit for every case. How can the court not deem this sus, to say the least? I mean, I would not allow this. Oh, look at Judy. Judy is dancing. I would not allow this. I think she's listening to music now because she's not supposed to hear what they're saying. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know how that works. But I would not allow this. Oh, the same forensics computer guy for 10, 15 years, like always the same. Like, and you always... How can that even be considered professional? And also, how can the lawyers sitting on both teams, you know, when they say, oh, we would like to insert this photo into evidence, and then the judge asks the counterparty, do you accept? And then they say, yeah. And then, okay, well, the photo is evidence now. Like, well, isn't there supposed to be some sort of better, like, more strict way of processing this evidence, digital photographic evidence, before you just accept it as evidence? That I also don't like in the system. Just saying. Harvey Fierstein says, Nicole. Yeah, it does have a Harvey vibe, minus the gay vibe. Well, is it a sister? We don't know. But Harvey at least has charisma. Sorry, just my opinion. Harvey has a lot of charisma. Madame says, answering just to the jury in that tempo is like a sketch. I agree. Nicole says, that's what his voice reminds me of. Audrey says, yes, Nicole, is he the actor from Mrs. Doubtfire?
All right, your next witness.
Rosha says, sus,
Your
yes.
Honor, we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr. Hughes.
Here comes Don Hughes again. Rosha says, sus. Nicole says, yes, that's him. Tipa says, Judy has her iTunes on. Haha. Yeah, Judy is dancing. Audrey says, he sounds exactly like him. Anna says, shady at least. Tipa says, he didn't look at the software metadata as it was contradicting his
Just remind me you're
statements.
still under oath, okay, ma'am? Thank you.
Smurfette, how's it going? Maybe because it's a civil case?
And could
Maybe.
you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American Psychological Association.
Board certified and
evaluated
Roots
Amber Heard
certified.
over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
Allegedly.
And why are you here today?
To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that
Does
is
anybody
well
else
established
get
in our
Karen
field. It's
vibes?
a multi-method, multi-hypothesis-driven procedure where you're looking at a
Jack says, if
variety of
anything, this
different
will enlighten a few more
details
people
and
to how
tests
broken the
and
system is.
external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at
Hey,
the
Despina.
consistency across that data.
Welcome back.
There are 3 sort of sets of tests that we use
Yeah,
as
it's her
forensic
again.
psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court. For competency, if someone has competency to stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have information that's germane to that finding. And that can be an example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well-validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
Objection, compound.
Overruled. That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time, this happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98th percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Enjoy your meal.
I mean, she said a lot of things, so let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection,
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry addressed?
Yes, thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward, to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, you know, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this
I also
test.
don't get trustworthy vibes
scale
from
was
this
not
person.
elevated on this
Just
test.
my opinion.
And this test,
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Madame Ross says, my gut doesn't get authentic vibes. Mine neither. It just doesn't. This is called, what, Russia? Anna says, thank you. Madame says, oh, so sad. Russia says, oh, no. Amber Heard looks suffering again. I mean, raccoon moment, Clint in her eyes and stuff. Tipa says she has anxiety and tension in her jowls. Oh my gosh. T-Pal wants to Botox the doctor and Amber. Well, Amber has a lot of fillers and Botox, I guess, already happening. Or does she? Judy is either typing or dancing. And the judge, I don't know. She has a blue shirt today. I liked her with the pink shirt. I don't mind the blue shirt either. Blue is a little bit
Dr.
more.
Curry, let's move to
I
the
preferred the pink.
TSI 2. Dr. Curry testified about your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No, again.
Please describe why. Explain why.
Yeah,
what Dr.
Edu,
Curry
the
went back
eyeshadow
to,
tells you all.
Which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual. All you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile.
And here we go,
range for this
fashion
test.
bunker people.
That
We're not law
indicates to me
people,
that,
but we're
you know,
fashion
Dr.
people,
Curry
and we
does
know
not know the psychometric properties
a
of this
person that
test,
does
and
makeup
she
like
then is
this,
therefore not qualified to interpret it.
lips are also down. Actually,
That
no lips,
score, the
but
one
she
that's
can't help that.
elevated,
That's
which she's
nature.
talking
But
about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw
eyebrows,
score is a
how
10.
they're
The
pinched,
cutoff score is a 15.
plucked, makeup.
She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms.
This
where I can't
what's this thing
further,
called?
look at that
T-pal,
test.
labial something something.
Secondly, there are 3 scales out of about.
She's very
there's
much like
about
this,
20, a
and
little
this
more on the TSI
nature did
that
not
were
give her.
elevated.
This is an
Intrusive
expression
experiences,
that
that's
comes
when
from
thoughts and
inside.
memories of the trauma come into your mind
It
when you
forms
don't
the
want
face.
them.
It's about the
Defensive
energy you
avoidance,
emanate. The energy
so
you emanate,
behavioral
I
ways
believe
that
in
we try
this,
to
my
push out
personal
those
opinion,
memories and not think about
forms
them.
your
And then
physiognomy.
relational avoidance, a way of having
Exhibit
difficulty
A.
in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were
The
elevated
nasolabial
on this
folds.
test.
Thank you, T-pal.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms
Edu says if you
for
know,
your
you know,
interpretations.
baby.
Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case.
Yeah.
Dr. Curry did not independently administer a measure of malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in a study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s. None above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
All right. And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of validity scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over-exaggerate.
Julie, I
What you
agree
do
with
that
you.
test, because
This shows
is,
just
you
how
know,
difficult
we're
it is
not
to
just
diagnose
administering them
mental
like
illness or
robots,
mental
is you go and you
distress
do a
or
clinical
anything really
assessment.
mental.
And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those
T-Pal
symptoms
says the
to see
doctor
if they meet
does get her
criteria for
forehead
PTSD.
toxed,
That is something we do clinically,
though,
and I
as
do
she
in my
cannot
office
express
all
or
the
lift
time.
her
And yes, she did meet
corrugators.
PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you.
So
now, Dr. Curry
this
said
area
you
here,
misinterpreted
T-Pal,
her
you
test
think
results.
is
Do you agree with
Botox?
that?
Yeah, I agree that I misinterpreted.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it
She
doesn't.
misinterpreted them.
Doesn't move.
And please explain.
Yes, so I mean, I said that before. I you know, my stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong, and I think most.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the issue we just addressed.
All right. I don't. If you want to approach.
Elaine, what? Did he just object me? And Elaine has to reboot, I guess. They approach the bench so that the judge can reboot Elaine. Here for the plan says, she looks so much like Amber, she could play her mom in a movie. Julie says, May is Mental Health Awareness Month.
Dr. Hughes, Dr.
Welcome
Curry
back,
also
Jack.
testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders, and I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma's going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for the sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is understanding.
All right. Next question. Let's take a question.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists.
Elaine is a Friday vibe.
Tests that you
I'm
misinterpreted.
like that
Would
after
you
a week's
agree with
work,
that?
can't get my words out. Says
I
I'm
vehemently
easy.
disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, and most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists. Using all that data, that is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
Okay. And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in no, I just lost it. And in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the record.
Completely.
If you want to ask the question again.
Yeah. Elaina.
I probably should do that. You were qualified.
Amber is like, girl, what am I paying you
You were
for?
qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological
Hey, Mrs.
probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
We
Yes,
gotta
Your Honor.
reboot
Can we
Elaina
proceed?
again. You see, and they're rebooting Elaine. The judge is like, okay, hold on, let me reset Elaine again, and then we can, you know, because she's been going in tilt quite a bit. Oh, is Virginie Viat in the? Yes, she is. Virginie's still front row next to the blonde lady. Virginie's collecting more information for her next Chanel show, I suppose. Chanel show, I suppose. Chanel show, I suppose. So, we saw somebody who looked like Virginie Viat yesterday, and I was like, oh my God, is Virginie like, she just flew over to America, front row Senna, for the trial. So, Mrs. Blue says, hello everyone. I think I need rebooting. Thank goodness it's Friday tomorrow, right? Asia says, is there really Virginie in the crowd? No, Asia. No. It's just a joke. Okay, they rebooted Elaine. I suppose. What's the I suppose?
Good morning,
Oh,
Dr.
I
Hughes.
suppose, yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Ooh.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021, and at that point I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
You just testified you need to read the manual. Can we put up the manual? Did you read it? Did you read it though? But did you though? Oh my God, that's so. But you did you
Any
though?
objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to.
And then she's like, yes, I did though.
Approach.
Tom,
But did you though? I'm not asking, did you though? I'm asking, did you though? Now, if you know, you know. And then she's like, I did though. No, you didn't though. Because if you did though, you wouldn't be saying this though. Though. The judge is like, okay, I gotta check the manual here because Elaine just doesn't seem to be rebooting properly. Let me go through all the pages.
Thank you. I don't see this in my document either.
Oh no, Elaine doesn't see it. Elaine doesn't see the document.
Let's use 1312.
1312,
Come on, Elaine, you can do this.
and that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5.
That's correct.
That what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And do you, are you familiar with the document that's...
You're doing the
on
same
screen?
yawn thing, Debbie?
Yes.
Stop.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay.
Is he going to debunk her?
1312.
Is he going to debunk her
Objection to
technique?
1312 coming into evidence. All right, 1312 and evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page?
And second page.
Can we blow up the second
Can we blow up the
paragraph
courtroom?
on the right? That's,
Oh, okay, that's big.
the PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g., the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
still
that
need
the
to use clinical
PCL-5
interviewing skills, which I used.
Well, let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Let's order a pizza while we're at it.
Tom,
The
you
attitude.
1309 as a demonstrative.
And I
Yes, sir.
don't like how the lawyers want to prove a point by excluding
Any objection
information.
of 1309 as a demonstrative?
Like you want to question your witness and push them in a direction without letting them speak out. I don't like interrupting. I think that if I were the jury, I would be annoyed by him. Like, the truth many a times is not really black and white. And the story is often very complicated. And I really don't like how in the judicial system, it's allowed to try to simplify things to a point where just simple yes or no answer would suffice. No, it doesn't suffice. Sorry.
The jury is demonstrative.
And I don't like when lawyers try to push that, when it suits them, to push the yes-no narrative.
Do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Yeah, madame,
Yes,
sure,
but
it was
I
way
didn't
too
put the
high,
red
right?
lines
I
on
even
that.
feel how
No, I didn't.
she's
Yes, I
sweating.
know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize?
Oh,
this
sure,
as?
Jack. I'm not
Recognize
saying
that
one
we
of the two legal teams
previously
did and one
discussed
didn't.
this, and I told
All
you
lawyers
that
do
I
it.
oriented Ms. Heard to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not limit herself to the
Correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll move to strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Heard, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these.
Why the smirk, Amber?
I'm sorry.
She really thinks it's a gotcha
You talked
moment.
about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
She really thinks she's winning this, doesn't she? Oh boy, to surround yourself with yay sayers. Very dangerous thing.
What number is this?
But then again, you pay them.
13, plaintiffs 1310.
You pay the yay sayers
Thank you.
to feed into the delusion.
Any objection to 1310 as a demonstrative? Okay. You publish to the jury.
Madame says there is so much unprofessional behavior, and that feels more like watching Gossip Girl. Wouldn't mind though. Madame,
Dr. Hughes,
totally. I agree with you.
This is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to
This
Ms. Heard,
trial
correct?
shows me
I didn't give it to her. I
how
filled it out
unserious
based on
the
data
judicial
that was
system
provided
is.
to me.
Oh, so you,
This is insane.
you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
Just my
It
opinion.
was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we
Personal opinion
blow
only.
up
For
the second
entertainment
full
purposes
paragraph?
only.
It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
oriented to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that you were supposed to look over the past year. And that's not the language?
No, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the previous
Nope, asking
year,
you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in forensic practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year.
Yeah, on this, yes, it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right. Let's look at more instructions. Can we look
So
at
basically, she did not follow the
1247, which is already in
booklet.
evidence?
TPAL says PCL-5 ratings are based on subjective distress, whereas CAPS-5 ratings consider the intensity and frequency of symptoms, says TPAL.
Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right. This is what everybody calls the CAPS-5.
correct.
All right. Can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions.
I also think he's doing a good job, Amizi. The guy is not being too aggressive.
Standard
Like
administration
Camille.
and scoring of the CAPS-5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more. Oh, wait. That's good. this is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes.
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
Correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I asked
Where it's
you whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page down.
Nicole Popinchuk says, this witness is so smug
We'll stay at
and
this
it
page
makes
for
her
a second.
unlikable. I'd be so turned off as a
This
juror.
is the very first box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly
So
fundamental question, right?
T-Pal concludes and says, the doctor pretended
We talked about this before.
to follow
Mr. Dennis,
caps,
and I had
but she
88
actually
pages of
never
notes
did
of
a
what
caps.
happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know
Thank you,
are
T-Pal, for
obligated
clarifying.
to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
All right, but you chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box, that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not a.
Because this is not a standardized test?
Well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so. All right. Let's go another one. All right, let's look at item 4B4. And I asked you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test?
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, Elaine, let's see what you got. Maria says, Dacob, I agree with you about Camille being a bit aggressive, but she was the same time last. She did cross. I don't know if she's aggressive, but she made it kind of
Static risk
personal with
factors are
Amber.
risk factors that don't change. It's maybe
Says Maria.
if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore, you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you have to understand what happened to the person, and that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual, so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
I mean, maybe she's an okay doctor. I don't know. She looks scared to me, kind of, in a weird way, though. I don't know. And, yeah.
What is the difference between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
Compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring?
Elaine explaining to the judge what compound means.
Research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
If I were the judge, I would be like,
Sure, so the PCL.
I know what
and
compound
the
means,
CAPS are
Elaine.
frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because, you know, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Our answer is the chutzpah of Elaine.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess.
Nina says, did anyone ever feel any good vibes from the witnesses from Amber's side? That's a good point.
Research, okay?
Not really. Maybe her sister? I felt sorry for her sister. I can't really tell you what it is about her sister, but I feel there's like this sadness in her sister. I don't know. There's something about her sister that moves me, makes me feel sad.
All right, why don't we just come back at 11:05 then?
Thank you.
I don't feel like with most of Amber's witnesses, I feel this weird repulsion. But with, hey, Judy, cute. Look at Judy. Judy's like fixing, setting up. But with Amber's sister, I felt this sadness. And there was something about her sister that made me feel some kind of way. Her sister wants to say something else deep down. That's it. It feels like there's something going on there with her sister. Julie says, I feel for everyone. It's not easy to sit in front of people while being questioned over and over. It's terrible, actually. Harmony says, Dr. Curry said that psychologists were not qualified to assess DV cases like this, or whatever the quote was. If true, invalidates Dr. Hughes' career, LOL. Papinchuk Nicole, someone can be a good practitioner and a bad witness, expert for court purposes. And Jack says her sister wants to say something else deep down. And Nicole says, I agree with you, Jack. The sister has an uneasiness, says RN. Kate Moore says, agree. T-Pal says her sister has a codependent relationship with Amber. Obviously, I cannot judge that. I can just say, I feel there's something, there's a sadness there. There's something there with her sister that is kind of endearing, feels troubling as well. I felt sorry for her. Maybe there's no reason to feel sorry for her at all, but I just felt a sadness surrounding her. That's all I can say I felt. But Emizi says, to me, her sister looked like she feels guilt and she's almost forced into the situation. Nina says, I feel like her sister loves Amber, but she carries the weight of being bullied from her sister her whole life. Harmony says, agreed. I feel deep sadness when I watch Amber's sister speak. This is likely also what Depp meant when he said he took to her quickly. Probably. Yeah, good point. Johnny did say that yesterday. Arne says, yeah, Dacob, I sense sadness too. Maria says, they are being live, but just the lawyers. Amandeep says, hi, Dacob and all. Hey, Amandeep. Harmony says, she probably may even seek approval from Amber. Must be a complicated relationship. I feel like Amber's sister sees their abusive father in Amber, says Kate. Interesting. Johnny says, Audrey says, Johnny did say previously how well they get on. All right, let me fast forward to after the break so we can see. I guess after the break, it's Amber's turn. And then that's going to be Jossa. All right, here goes. Judy is back. The judge is back. Elaine has been rebooted. Camille as well. They're all being fine-tuned, synchronized. RN says, Amber did testify that her sister taught Johnny how to use cocaine with a tampon, so no residue was left behind. Oh, honey, I'm not going to comment on that. On how to not leave residue. Let's just say there's other ways. There's other better ways of not leaving residue. And let's just leave it at that. Dacob, I crack up every time you mention Elaine rebooting, LOL, right? No, because like she goes into that, and usually when that happens, the judge is like, approach the bench. Okay. All right. So they're waiting for the jury to arriveth. Harmony says, oh, I read that one. We have the blonde lawyer next to Johnny, giving him little tiny notelets, while I guess Camille is getting ready to fry Amber. Fry. They're going to fry. And why they fry, I'm going to show you. Look how cute. I got the Chucky. Okay, now it's mirrored. Now it's all like opposite. But I got the season 1 special edition Blu-ray. So looking forward to season 2. This is so awesome. And it's a lenticular cover, so you probably can't see it on camera, but it is 3-dimensional when you look at it in real life. Oh, maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe it does. Maybe you do see it a little bit lenticular-esque. Kind of, a little bit. And there's a booklet inside. Super cute. Well, the DVDs. I mean, the Blu-rays. 2 Blu-rays. And then there's like a 24-page booklet. The courtroom. A lot of colored hair from yellow, blonde, purple, green. That hair looks green. Maybe on this screen only. Somebody wears masks, somebody doesn't. This is Amber's sister. There she is, the sister. And Virginie vient, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Virginie vient. Ouais. It's not Virginie, you guys. I'm just joking. Super cute booklet. And then postcards. Like cinema cards. And this thing. A transparent plastic Chucky photo. Live and Ferret. I love this set so much. Anyway, sorry. Just fangirling out for Chucky. Okay, jury coming in. And everybody standing up. Judy and the judge are not standing up. Judy does a lot of work.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
The judge should also stand up to respect the jury. I don't get it.
Calls Amber Heard.
All right, Ms. Heard, if you come to the stand, please.
Ooh, cha, here goes. Here goes, you guys. Oh, boy. Oof.
Yes, ma'am. Water. Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we
Yeah,
are
the
gonna move
runway.
on to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands
And don't
shake.
forget in front
I
of
wake
Baby
up
Yoda.
Screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about
He got scared of her.
not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
Overruled. Go ahead.
about how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack
it.
of foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests.
Objection, non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it. But I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection, non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats,
She's like,
that you
okay, ready.
described,
Next question.
What other threats have you endured since
does
the Depp
change
Waldman statements were made?
Emotion way too quickly for this to be
hundreds of death threats.
Natural, just my opinion.
Regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted. Making fun of my...
Objection, relevance. Non-responsive.
Comes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and most humiliating.
No, she's allowed to do outside research when she's not on the stand, Jack. Yeah.
I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after 2020.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Why is that? Why I'm feeling so uncomfortable. Letty says,
do
I
you
hope
hope
the
to
jury can see
reclaim
through this.
after
She
this
also
is over?
needs prompts to be sad too, says Harmony. Nina says, Amber and the pity patty. No one is buying it, says Nina. I'm just reading the comments here, again, not my
For as
opinions.
long as I did, has taken enough of my voice.
Madame, she is allowed to be on social media,
Johnny
I
has
think.
taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American.
As an American, but not if you're from some other
What
country.
happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
All right.
You have no more time left, honey. Okay, she took a tissue, but she dried her nose with her finger, not with the tissue. The tissue would have ruined the makeup. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Let's blow the nose quickly while they're on the stand, while they're rebooting Elaine. And she looks kind of similar to herself now from like the 2016 recordings, but still we got the Maleficent poke and cheekbones. Some of you have said those are implants. And child, let me tell ya, whew, I am. Oh, okay. Jack says, Jack is also feeling uncomfortable. Letty says cringe. Francesca says, why did she have to say that though? Debbie says, oh. Maria says she's a definition of cringe. And Maisie says, no tears, no tears. Jack says, now watch the switch up to cross. How she's going to go from, oh. Yeah, but she's already, look at her. She's already tightening up. And she's already getting ready because she knows Camille is going to come for her. So obviously, I get this. I would be the same in this instance. Emotional with my lawyer because my lawyer would let me be emotional. And then I would get psychologically like, oh shit, here comes Cross, and they're gonna fry me. They're gonna try to fry me. So obviously I would instinctively shut myself up to, you know, to get ready for this. I mean, come on, let's be fair here. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. That's what I would do. You know, I would get more stiff because I would know what's coming. I know that Cross is not easy. That's why it's called Cross. Puts you on a cross. And so she took a tissue but used her fingers, as Maria Harmony says, thank you, Amber, and not misheard, LOL. The lawyer said, but she also called the lawyer by his name. Did you hear? Not by his surname. The Coke tissue Reaper says, and Madame says, the Vicks tissue. Despina says, bad soap opera, says Despina. Debbie says, this is so fake. Harmony says, yes. Audrey says, she doesn't look any different. No angry red mist on her face or neck, no tears. She is so controlled in this situation, it's actually scary, says Audrey. Kate says, that was bad. And Maisie says, yes, called him Ben. Harmony says, yeah, Amber called him Ben. Yeah, she said, thank you, Ben. And I think she meant the lawyer's name. And so he called her Amber. And maybe he's like, now that the trial is over, you want to grab a bite together? Amber, come on. I don't know. Anyway, Amber called him Ben, right? Tipa says to Audrey, Jane could have been why... Tipa says to Audrey, could have been why she wore a muted wine-colored blouse to blend with the red hues of the neck. Amandeep Bueller says she is wearing lighter makeup. Harmony says probably a deliberate tactic to humanize themselves. Madame Ross says, I'm very curious what comes after all this. If Amber will try to repeat that all without a jury. My dog stepped on a bee and died. Johnny is a murderer. She could imagine everything. Amizi's laughing. Maria says, when you're telling the truth, she don't have to change attitude, says Maria. Letty says, in all fairness, she deserves to be happy and in peace, same as Johnny. What is not fair is her malicious manipulation, and she really wants to hurt Johnny. Audrey says, yes, Letty. She keeps saying Johnny wants to hurt her. It seems like her ear is perked to hear what they're saying at the stand, at the judge's thing there. I'm gonna name my future dog Ben Rottenborn, says RN. Damn, I want to know what they're talking about. Well, she's hearing it, right? She's kind of close enough to hear what they're saying, and she might not like it. Amizi says, Johnny wanted to depart in peace as per the audio recording. Amanda says, Amber can apologize for her behavior and hurting Johnny as it's clear in the tapes, but that will never happen if she wants some redemption from the public. I don't think the public is ready to forgive her anytime soon. Just my opinion. Maria says, why did she have to write the op-ed? Why didn't she just continue with her life? Maria, I have this theory. That's her sister. And Virginie Viard impersonator. Oh boy. You see what I mean? Her sister is looking at Johnny and his team. At the camera now that zoomed into her. She's aware. She's aware of the camera. She's thinking, is the camera filming me? I have this theory that, I was talking about this the other day, that it's about the Me Too movement, that I feel like the timing was just right for her. And she's like, my opinion only, allegedly, let me profit from this as well and garner more popularity. Same as when she started saying on talk shows that she donated all the money to charity, when we've seen them debunk her, that she did not indeed donate. She pledged to donate the 7 mil or however many millions, but that she didn't donate them. But even though she said on television that she did, saying, I don't want any money from Johnny, I donated everything, darling. Look at me, I'm fabulous. So I think there's a lot of that factored into why the op-ed was written, but this is just my opinion. And Harmony says, Judy must hear all the tea. Well, she has those headphones on, and maybe they block off the audio at a certain point for her. I don't know if she hears all the tea. Nina says, frankly, I really feel like she is the only one trying to hurt anyone, says Nina. Letty says, hello, darling Audrey Jane. And Cece, hi Cece, says, I cannot believe she's bringing up her baby, trying to get the jury's side. I really hope her baby grows up to be a good person. Emmy says, she looks so damaged. Kev says, she looks terrified. The sister looks super scared. Madame says, okay, I am scared from the sister, or are you scared for the sister, Madame? Letty says, that girl looks so sad and hurt. I know. Breaks my heart to see her sister. The audience is like, yes, where's the popcorn, honey? Like, they're just enjoying the ride. It must be terrible for Amber, though, to have all the people hate you so much and just laughing and kikiing and having fun, looking at you to see just how much they want to hate you or not hate you. It's not easy for Amber right now. I mean, you could diagnose her with whatever sort of thing you want. And you could say she wanted this and she brought it upon herself. You could say a lot of things. And you could allege a lot of things. But this is not easy. I would feel... I can't even imagine how I would feel in a situation like this where you have the whole world judging you, just sitting in front of you like that and just waiting for you to get crucified, you know, and the jury sees this as well. So the jury has a very clear picture, I think, from the reactions in the courtroom alone, from the public audience. I would think that they have a pretty clear picture of how, with whom the audience is siding. Very, very difficult. Very difficult. Aaron says to Jack, Rottenborn and Amber are dating. The sister has a crush on Johnny. Elaina sold the video. That's RN's theory, not mine. Jack says, Aaron, none of that is confirmed, says Jack. Elaine wasn't even around Amber when the video was shown, says Jack. Kate Moore says, oh, agree. Thought about it too. The Me Too movement was right on time as she took as the op-ed thing, right? Despina says, Amber is a mother? Yes, Despina. Cece says, she had a baby through a surrogate. RN says to Jack, true, just my crazy theories. Aisha says to Despina, she has a baby girl through surrogacy. T-Pal says, the audience member in the white jacket has chopsticks in her hair. Jack says, so is the beheader us or the jury or who? Well, listen, she probably is going through a lot at the moment because of, you know, when she does take the stand and however long she's under oath testifying here, she cannot, if she goes home and she has to be continued to be, you know, testifying tomorrow or whatever, then the judge tells her, or whichever witness, don't look up anything online, don't talk to your lawyer, nobody, as long as you're here testifying, you know, don't do any research, blah, blah, blah. And then when you leave the stand and you're done, then you can go again about your business and you can do research online. So she does read or has read what people are writing about her. She exits the court every day and people boo her outside. We've seen videos on YouTube of her exiting and being booed. She knows they don't like her. I checked IMDb though. She's on the female. Okay, so she's the #1 looked up actor on IMDb. Top 3 are women, and Johnny Depp is 4th or 8th. I can't remember anymore. But she has been #1 on IMDb. Why can't I do any left and right here? She has been #1 on IMDb since before the trial started. So that's also something interesting to note. Or right about the time when the trial started. But she's been popping on IMDb. So search-wise, people are looking her up more than Johnny. Maybe they're looking her more up because they have no clue where she acted. So they want to know. And they know the movies in which Johnny acted. But she is popular right now. And as I was telling to you a couple of days ago, if I had a film studio, I would hire her now. if anything, because of the sick social media culture we live in today, you know, keyboard warriors, hate watching YouTube videos, people would go to see her movie, if anything, just to hate watch. It's a terrible thing that our society has developed, but there is such a thing as hate watching. So I do believe if you hire her for a movie, you know, it can be an indie movie or something, a ton of people are going to come to watch it. Probably, possibly, maybe, for all the wrong reasons. But I believe they would come to see her movie. So I would hire her for the money. I think she can bring in the money. Kate Moore says, Amber's sister told that their father was abusive and Amber protected her. And I feel like Amber became the same abusive person as her father used to be. Letty says, what perfume are you wearing today, Dacob? Paris. Kate Moore says, Amber is also a victim of her childhood problems. So as Johnny is a victim of his own, two people who were so wrong for each other, says Kate Moore. Aisha says, oh, I didn't know that, Kate. RN says, another theory, Judy and Michelle are twins switched at birth. T-Pal says to Kate Moore, codependent relationship. Amanda Bueller says, Ray Liotta passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Ray Liotta, may he rest in peace. Harmony says to Kate Moore, when Dr. Hughes was talking about whether Amber has PTSD, I wondered if the test results could distinguish where the trauma was from, i.e. childhood or the marriage or her marriage. I mean, there can be ways if she's your patient, your client, to actually dig deeper and go that far, but you need a lot of time for that probably. But I wouldn't know. Maria says, she's popular for all the wrong reasons, says Maria Sunset. Muna says, that's so sad. Aisha says, oh, Amandip, really? Jack says, but who would have their career reputation tarnished by working with her? I don't know if you would tarnish your career. Listen, morals are very strange. You know, in Hollywood, it's also not well seen. Like if you ever did porn, they don't want you to act in any non-porn movie. I think that's ridiculous. Why would you put such a stigma on sex workers and not let them act in a dramatic role or a comedic role after they've done porn? I think that's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. She's out of Aquaman 2. I heard that too, Debbie. Allegedly, right?
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know, and he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
What's up with that?
Yes.
So you're calling him a liar.
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture, that was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard?
that.
The only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture, as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move
believe
to
that the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
Well, I'll strike the last part as non-responsive. Just if you could answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case.
You actually had alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very day,
No, I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes, and you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
A girl.
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and
The
yes,
cabinet
that was
video,
my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
You're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me.
Ms. Heard,
Come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
if I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Like, I could totally have done it better.
This evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
Oh, so.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I don't.
Right.
You testified you don't know how to leak things, but now you're like.
You gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
I'd like to show you a picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
Yeah, Camille called her out on that. Like, you said you don't know how to leak stuff, and I said if I wanted to leak it, I would have done it much better.
When you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist?
And dear friend.
Yeah. Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken, and also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken, so I have no idea if
Doesn't look like she's wearing makeup to me.
Let's refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way we've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington?
That is correct.
In there too? Ms.
That is
Pennington
correct.
submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes.
Ms. Hurd, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
Okay, now she's gonna show more evidence.
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony,
that moment,
you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context. Can we please, thanks, if I could have day 16 trial testimony?
Audrey says that's somebody awfully happy considering they got beaten the previous day.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Madame says she looks extremely thin on these old photos. I'm curious because I didn't know her before. Now she looks pretty healthy, but I would think it would be the opposite of the same, at least today. Well, I think now, as opposed to those old photos, we've been talking about the fact that she probably got work done on her face, enhancements.
To page 4585.
Possibly. She's still quite skinny. Looks healthy, I would agree. Her body looks physically healthy. The facial features to me look different than they looked in those other photos. It seems like she's done some work, but I'm not sure about that.
Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458, I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16.
So she's gonna go into the metadata crap now, right?
Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603.
Letty says Camila's on fire.
Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
That's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what. The main apartment's Penthouse 3, generally, when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the Penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence?
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015, this exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms. Hurd, you didn't just look at a picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is already in evidence.
Thank you.
In redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact them so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next question.
Well, the metadata next to it is so that
Ms. Hurd,
to avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd,
confusion.
there is no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I thought you had asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct
This is where Camille
testimony
was
from, the
too
third
bitchy
day.
for me. I didn't like when she said that. It's not true that she didn't ask her about anything. She's asking her a bunch of questions. And this is where Camille, sorry girl, you overstepped it for me here. You did ask her several questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Saying that you didn't ask her anything means that this whole time you were monologuing to yourself. So, no. However, they're yelling, Camille is yelling, I don't like this. But anyway, so what Camille is trying to say here is, I'm really bad with numbers, is she's saying that Amber Heard testified
Let's turn to page
the same picture
4750.
being a picture
From
from
day
two different
17
dates.
transferred.
Is this what she's trying to say?
4750.
Yeah, T-Pal, what she meant and what she said, irrelevant. Very different things in the court of law. You got to say
line
it.
16.
You can't just mean it. Obviously, they abide by these crazy
Do you see where
rules.
Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
Okay. And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows?
This whole
Okay.
trial is about how
Now let's
words
turn
have
to
heft.
page
So you got to be careful what
4804.
you say, especially as a lawyer. You can't say something but imply something else. Doesn't
At
work.
line 14.
You got to mean exactly what you say. The words have to mean
4804.
exactly what you mean.
Starting at line 14.
That's the game they're
Yes.
playing. Those are the rules they're playing.
Through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay, and defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay, so which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out.
Okay, so she's lying about the photos. Okay,
It's
now
right
I
there.
Or if
got
you're
it.
telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week,
we approach?
So she lied about that. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, I got it. So she basically testified to the same photo, but she gave two different dates. Once she said it was 2015 allegedly, once she said the photo is from 2016. Okay, I get it. So she was caught in a lie. But again, the photo is really so boring. bottle on the floor. I mean, from 2015 or 16, that's like what, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I would also be like, it's a bottle on the floor. Didn't a lot of people testify that she guzzles like 1 to 2 bottles of red wine a day? Throws them all over the place. God knows how many photos of bottles on floors. But apparently, this is an important picture, right? Because it was supposed to be one of those photos taken as alleged proof.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases,
being
no
harassed
words,
or not.
no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that, sorry, Your Honor. When you told this jury under oath that you punched
She looks at
Mr.
the jury and
Depp
she's like,
because you thought of
but
Mr.
I'm
Depp
the one who
pushing Kate
signed,
Moss down the stairs. You
and
didn't
he
expect
didn't.
Ms. Moss
Like,
to agree
what's
to
that
testify
attitude?
that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So you think Ms. Moss needs to come out of the woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power?
You admitted to writing it about him. We have this again.
Favor with powerful men.
And I know that firsthand. And risking jail time for committing perjury.
Excuse me. I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear my question.
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have seen people do this. I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England.
Again,
she flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's
says that she wrote the op-ed
exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
About him.
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt.
Johnny has never actually said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the jury can.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you probably,
I know how his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep
Look at the sister.
for Mr. Depp. after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who
questions, Your Honor.
cried on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right. Redirect.
Camille,
Thank you, Your Honor.
she
Ms.
did her
Hurd,
job,
if
but I
Mr.
didn't like
Baruch
it.
felt misled. Who
I didn't
misled
like
him?
her today.
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection.
Because there's so
Lack of
many-
foundation.
Overruled.
Because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to Johnny on the phone in that recording, I was saying for years this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically?
Yes.
Verbally?
Yes.
Emotionally?
Yes.
Psychologically?
Yes.
This is where I start not believing her when she
How
gets
did
into
the
this
threats
forced emotion.
that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain it as a non-responsive.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Well, those are
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
She's
overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much, Amber.
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. If I could have the attorneys approach.
Audrey says this was also the woman that went to a remote island whilst Johnny was trying to get clean and then wondered why he was being so aggressive. Just bad decisions on all parts, says Audrey. Barbara says she's recalling, in my opinion. Harmony, thank you. Marilla says that you normally don't have so many evidence while she is suspicious enough, says Marilla. Mandy Bueller says she didn't photograph the abuse. And Mandy says they both were toxic to each other. Definitely they should never have married. BB says to Audrey Jane, I agree. They were bad to and for each other. But is she trying to use it and play victim? T-Pal says neither one of them had to stay together, though. The minute the abuse started, then get out. Emizi says, not feeling the attitude. Melissa says, what evidence? Spilled wine? Audrey says, I think they both mentally and physically abuse each other, but I do really think it's completely out of character for Johnny to be like this based on ex-partner accounts. You know, this is difficult. I really don't know, you know. I like Camille, but today I think she just went too far. She lost likability for me, right? She did her job. She probably did her job really well. But I felt like she was aggressive to me personally. And if I felt that, the jury might have felt that too. I wanted to look away. And I wasn't looking away because
Your next
Amber
witness?
was cringe.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go, tomorrow I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again, on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go, okay? So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
Yeah, I did not like the food comment either. The dinner comment was so patronizing and rude in my opinion, says Amizi. I agree with you. Audrey says Camille didn't feel like she had control. Rara, how's it going, Rara? Rara says she's been going too far.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make sure we get the verdict form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees.
So this is the stuff we're going to talk about after the break.
And also I want you to look through
Hey, Louis,
all
welcome
your
back.
exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay? All right, we'll see you at 12:50 then.
All right.
All right. So then we have them leaving. Amber. All right. So we watched the rest of this already before, so you can rewind to the beginning. It's like the Twilight Zone here. We're like in loop. We're living in a loop. Let's start the whole trial all over again from day one, week 1 of 6 weeks. What say you? I'm not gonna. Let's do a live stream. Let's do a 6-week live stream. So as you know, likability is a compromise, says Jack. Oh my God, Jack just threw me a curveball. Amizi says, this dinner comment was so patronizing and rude in my opinion. Audrey says, what food comment? I missed it. I was getting a cup of coffee. The judge said she's not going to serve them dinner, the jury, so they got to keep it snappy and they got to buy their own food. Thanks for subscribing. Oh, by the way, subscribe to my channel, you guys. We're trying to get to 1K subscribers. Despina says, Camille lost to Tempa. Kev says, what if they can land a verdict tomorrow? Well, I guess tomorrow there's still closing arguments and stuff to do. They might land a verdict tomorrow. It's up to them. From the moment that they're allowed to make a verdict, I guess they got to review the evidence still before they can make a verdict. So I don't know. if just sitting there and looking at all and listening to the trial is enough for them to deliver a verdict, or if they want to kind of go back to their chambers and look through all the evidence again before making a verdict. Francesca says, what was the food comment that she said, I don't serve dinner? The judge said to the jury, like, you got to take care of yourselves, guys. Melissa says, they go on until they all agree. Maria says, yeah, after the break, they are still talking live, but just the judge and lawyers. So yeah, Bibi says, I couldn't be a judge. This is wild. Good comment. Good, Louis. What do you mean? Food. Good food. Oh, the food comment. Yeah, the food comment. Nicole says, love this live coverage, Dacob. Thank you so much, Nicole. Melissa says, or we can have also a hung jury so no one wins, says Melissa. I've heard a couple of lawyers talk about this civil lawsuit case. I don't know, Nicole, how it is in Virginia. I don't know if they all have to be on the same page, or if like one juror can, like I don't know if for a civil lawsuit like this, the majority of them have to vote in one way or the other, or if all of them have to agree on the same thing. I don't know. Or we can also have a hung jury, says Melissa. Maria says, we should look at the highlight moments until there's a resolution. Haha. Jack says, the judge did also say they would send their lunch up to them, the jury, but not the dinner. And okay, sending up lunch to them and then charging? Or is the lunch paid for? Miri says, I was not following this the first weeks, so I kind of want to go back and see the beginning. Oh my God, Miri, you want pain. Audrey says, what are they doing this afternoon then? Will they be filming that? Bella Lugosi says, hung jury, mark my words, says Bella Lugosi. Really? Then they got to start all over again? Audrey said, or nobody wins. Just read the answer to my question, Audrey. Just read the answer to my question. Oh, gotcha. Maria says, yes, they were live, Audrey. Jack says, the jury is hung. Big eggplants. Cav says, I love a hung jury. Melissa says, yes, they must be on the same opinion. Maria says, I think the judge was trying to be funny, but was not. No, not at all, in fact. Louis says, who's hung? I'm here for it. Barbara says, and all the eggplant lovers crawling out of the woodwork. Barbara says, I agree, Jack. Maybe they can't come to a decision. Melissa says to Jack, I may have made some typo. Hope it wasn't too bad. Jack says to Bella Lugosi, oh my God, you like Bella Lugosi? One of the best vampires. Harmony is laughing. So apparently, I can't get the live stream of whatever they did after they came from lunch, which is, obviously there's no more witnesses, no more questioning going on. I guess it was just the lawyers talking to the judge, clearing some stuff up. Kev says, hung jury, unless Kate Moss makes a live appearance. Cav says, I wonder how Amber is going to live after the trial is over. Scary. Mandy Bueller says, I think emotions were running high as everyone was just tired from Camille to judge with her joke. Nicole says, based on my research, I believe this civil jury has to be unanimous because of the amount of damages being claimed. Interesting point, Nicole. And I also heard that several jury members were dismissed or left. So I think they have to have a minimum amount, and they do have like two more than a minimum. I think 7 have to be, I think they have 9 of them there, and 7 have to be on one side, or they can lose 2 more jurors and still reach a verdict. Might be wrong about that. Heard that somewhere through the grapevine. Just watch the clip back. The judge was being sarcastic and dry. The struggles with timing because she's not British, says Audrey. Bella says, never drink wine, says Bella Lugosi. Oh my God, at this point, I don't know if Jack is also Bella Lugosi or if Jack is talking to himself. Is it another one of the characters, or if Bella Lugosi is actually another person? Maria says, I didn't like how today ended. I was expecting more. Well, it was shorter. Audrey says, why did they dismiss some of the jurors? At the beginning, I think some had issues. Either it was health or work related, or maybe because they knew too much. Okay. Jack is like, oh, no, I'm not Bella. My 12 characters are all asleep. Okay, good to know, Jack. So it's Bella Bella. And I don't know really the reason why some of them have been dismissed. I mean, if some of them asked permission to leave or had issues, health, family, work, whatever reason for which they could be dismissible. But I did hear that they lost a few of them from the beginning. Bella Lugosi, nope, real person. Well, kinda. Cha. Oh my God. I'm not sure if one of the jurors had their phone out or there was something was weird with one of them. Anyway, this I don't know, but I did hear that the 2 jurors were gone. So what we do tomorrow, you guys, so basically my feed, my stream, the feed that I have is gone. It did not film anything anymore after they came back from lunch. And I don't want to risk it and go on some other feed from some other channel and then get my channel stricken down. We don't want to do that. But tomorrow we have closing arguments, like Debbie is saying. Sunset says one of them had hernia. Maria says, what's going to happen tomorrow? Are we going to see more of, or is it's over? We're going to see closing arguments, which are always super interesting to see. And Jack says, if you were in the jury, how would you vote as of now, Dacob? Difficult question, sorry. So if I were in the jury, you guys, and let me tell you one thing. We live in social media times of cancel culture and mob mentality, and people are grouping up, and it's just terrible. You got to be careful what you say. So you're going to hear a lot of people on YouTube not want to deliver a verdict or say, like, you know, they're playing it safe. Or people are going to side with Johnny Depp just because he's the more popular one, you know, justice for Johnny. I'm really trying to be as objective as possible here. It's impossible to be objective because when human emotions are involved, you can't really be objective. But I can tell you this, I believe from all I've heard thus far that they were terrible for each other. They both made mistakes. I think they're wasting the public's time. They're wasting our. We find this juicy like a telenovela, but in reality, they're wasting the court system's time. They're wasting the lawyer's time. They're wasting the jury's time for their petty problems that they have with each other, which to me seem petty. But they're millionaires, so they can afford to escalate this to a really high level. And this is what pisses me off. That I see ultimately 2 spoiled, rich, famous people. Battling each other out in court and at the expense, well, they're paying for it, but this is also potentially dangerous precedent to be set to not take seriously allegations of domestic abuse in the future, depending how the ruling turns. So I would tell both of them, you're both petty, and I don't want to give any one of you the satisfaction of winning because none of you deserve it. So you both lose. So it's not a hung jury. In my case, I would make them both lose because this is ridiculous. So that if I were the jury, I would be like, you both lose. Done. Done. Now, Maria, you're correct. This is a defamation case. So, is he right that op-ed and the tweet that she retweeted was a defamation thing? That also sets a precedent. If they give him that, then what about freedom of speech? What about, I mean, I know you can say whatever you want to say, but things you say have repercussions. But so in the prime time of the Me Too movement, to come out with an op-ed like she did, sketchy. Is it sus? Yes. did that favor into Hollywood being even more sensitive to such information? I can believe that. I can believe that. I can believe that these type of allegations today might not be immediately taken to such account as they were back in the day when the Me Too movement was like in its prime time. Nevertheless, every allegation stepping out even today causes very, very big repercussions for actors, mostly actors than actresses, actors or whoever's in the business, right? So for example, Mr. Big from Sex and the City. We all heard what happened to him. Chris Noth. He shot And Just Like That season 1. It premiered. Allegations came out of women saying he was inappropriate with them in the 90s or early 2000s. And then allegedly he was cut out. HBO then said, okay, cut him out of the last episode. Apparently he was supposed to come back as a ghost, spirit vision. So, still to this day, when an allegation happens or when somebody starts proceedings or goes to court or files a report, police, whatever, immediately it's, you know, you're like, okay, you're done. We're going to set you at least on ice. We're going to put you on the bench for now in Hollywood. Let's see if you can clear your name or not before we can hire you again. So in a way, what Amber did back in the day, this op-ed, at a time where you didn't have to prove much, all you had to do was point your finger at someone and immediately they were canceled. That's when the op-ed came out. So for back then, if he manages to prove that he was not abusive to her, then you could say that she was defaming him. That was defamation. But if the jury believes just one incident of abuse, verbal, physical, sexual is physical, or sexual can also be verbal, from Johnny to Amber, the jury only has to believe one of all of these claims of abuse, then he loses. Because in the op-ed, she says that this person was abusive to her. If she was not lying in the op-ed, then that was not defamation. She was saying the truth. So, she might be lying about certain bruises, certain hits, certain things, but is she lying about every single incident of the 4 to 5 years that they were together of abuse? So, are you trying to tell me that Johnny Depp was never verbally or physically abusive to her in the 4 to 5 years that they were together? Hard to believe. Hard to believe. For me, hard to believe. Now, whether or not he was abusive as a reaction to her being abusive first, well, if we go down that rabbit hole, we're going to end up talking about what came first, the chicken or the egg. You were abusive to me, so I reacted to that. And then I say, yeah, but I was abusive to you because you were abusive to me before that. And then you say, yeah, but I was abusive to you because before that even, you were abusive to me. And so, I have not seen this enormous evidence to prove that he was never, ever abusive to her, nor did I see this incredible evidence that proves that she's always lying about it. So that's why it boils down to the background for me, and the background is, if these two people were you and me, regular folk, there would not be a $7 million lawsuit. There would not be televised 6-week trial. There would not be best paid lawyers in the game. And so it pisses me off that they get the exposure that they get because of a petty thing. And now you can come back and say, well, it's not petty. It's to be taken seriously, Dacob. These are serious allegations. Do you know how many serious allegations happen on a daily basis and nobody gives an F? So, we should be focusing on more important things. On the shootings that keep happening in the States. On the fact that this freaking country cannot pull its shit together and still gives the right to everybody to wear arms and guns just because, you know who owns everything. So they make the laws themselves. They want the money. They want people to keep spending money for arms and guns, military stuff. Okay, fine. Weapons of all kinds. I think that deserves to be broadcast until laws change and guns are no longer permitted to be worn in public by anybody who wants. I mean, come on, you guys, seriously. Kevin Spacey also arrested for all that, right? So anyway. And Debbie says, yes, Johnny needs to be, the jury has to believe just one account of abuse towards her, and then he will lose. And Debbie says he will probably lose due to that. Verbally, I'm sure he was abusive, says Debbie. Barbara says, my opinion, Maria is my opinion, both abusive. Maria says, I don't think verbally it's the same as hitting someone. Yes, both toxic, but that's one thing. And raping and hitting her, it's something else. Maria, you underestimate the power of psychological manipulation and abuse. You highly underestimate the power of psychological verbal abuse, especially long term. Bella Lugosi says, people do a lot of mean, cruel things when they're drunk or drugged up. Most of the time, they don't even remember afterwards. Aisha says, I think neither of them are angels. Vanessa says, I think if two people for fighting physically, it's fighting, not abuse. If both people abuse each other, then they are just violent to each other. Again, it's that question, who started it first, chicken or egg scenario, really, really difficult. Barbara says, I agree, both toxic in my opinion. Exactly. Audrey says, some good points in the chat. Aisha says, on the shooting, so sad. Devastating. We keep losing lives because politicians, quite frankly, are bought to not change the laws and keep allowing the guns everywhere. It's as simple as that. And we vote the politicians in. So it's our fault at the end of the day. Anyway. Debbie says shootings are happening almost daily. Nuala says it's terribly sad. Aisha says watch some news reports on the shootings and the news anchor was crying. It's so sad. Debbie says it's bad. But Lugosi says, I beg to differ on A2. I don't know what A2 is, sorry. It's an abbreviation for something about arms legislation. The Second Amendment. Sorry. I was just thinking about the Johnny Depp trial for a second, but you're talking about the Second Amendment? Catherine of Sweden says, a social worker told me that it isn't abuse. They wouldn't help unless the hit was closed-handed. It's unfortunate. There are gray areas. Well, it also depends on the country and the laws. T-Paul says both Depp and Heard were in relationships in 2012. Then they hooked up, so possibly they were both on the rebounds. Here for the Plant says, I agree with you on everything. For me, this is a circus and a distraction from all the horrible things that have been happening. It does feel that way, doesn't it? Bill Lugosi says the Second Amendment. Yeah, thanks, sweetie. Yeah. So, it's... alone on the account of the fact that, like, pull your shit together, both of you. I would say, you know what? No, you've just pay the lawyers, pay all the people, everybody who's involved, and everybody has been making a ton of money. The law YouTubers who are reaching millions and millions of views a day because of this. I wonder how they're going to get their views after the trial is over. They've earned a ton of money through super chats, through subscribers, through AdSense revenue. The reporters reporting about this, people writing books, psychologists who are going to report about this, going to write about this. The jury that allegedly after 1 year that they've been the jury here, they can write their own books, their own memoirs of how it was to do this. Johnny might write his a book about this. Amber might write her book about this. There's billions of dollars to be made from this. So it is a highly profitable affair to some people. But at the same time, the evidence to me is not so damning in either of the two directions. That's why I would let both of them, I would just say, keep spending your money. Panem et circenses, Melissa, exactly. Keep spending your money, honey. But I'm not going to give you that satisfaction of winning because you don't deserve it. Just my opinion. None of you deserve it. I vote you, Dacob, to be the next U.S. president, says Vanessa, but I'm not a citizen. Unfortunately, you are sound, have common sense, smart, compassionate, and full of love for human and fashion. God, I have a lot of compassion, that is true, but I'm also trying to be really objective on this. I love Johnny Depp, don't get me wrong. I don't care about Amber Heard. But I can still put that love, I hate when people go and say, oh, you're biased. You're biased because you're a fan of Johnny Depp. Do I sound biased to you? I said clearly I love him. He's a great actor. I love most of his movies. I would still not let him win this case, okay? But I would not let her win either. People also say you're so biased about Chanel, Chanel. But I'm like, really? Because when I have something to criticize about that brand, I criticize it. And then some. And if I have something nice to say about it, I will. So I try to really always kind of think with my head before I let the emotions take over too much. You can't completely avoid emotions. You're not a machine. You're a human being. So emotions play a role. But if you're capable also of understanding your emotions, then you can kind of also understand in which instance your emotions are taking over your judgment, or when they're shrouding and clouding your judgment way too much, and when the emotions are there to a legitimate extent, right? Now, not saying that emotions are ever illegitimate, but if you have to deliver some sort of a verdict. Oh, Maria B. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Let me pop a cherry for you. That's so kind of you. Thank you. We got the bunny rabbit today from Easter. Let's pop a silver cherry for you. I've been missing these cherries. Jack also sent a donation before we popped Jack's cherry at the beginning of the live. Here we have a little super Dacob cherry moment, also on Totally Dacob. So if you do send a tip or donation for the channel, you get your little cherry popped. Oh my God, Living Ferret. I love the smell of this little cherry popping moment. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for that. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel here. Let's try to get this channel monetized. This is so funny. I was saying like how some people, I mean, I get it. If you're into law, you're a lawyer and you have a YouTube channel, this is a lawsuit. Obviously, a lot of people are going to flock to you because you have something to teach people. It's a teachable moment. I'm not a lawyer. And all those law channels that have gotten hundreds of thousands of subscribers and views, more power to them. They actually have an educational moment to deliver. I don't because I'm not a lawyer. But however, I got emotional stuff to share with you. And we got also fashion stuff to share with each other. So, but nevertheless, my channel did not profit from this trial at all. We didn't even get monetized. You guys, we didn't even manage to get monetized on this channel during this trial. So, you know what I mean? We'll go. But we're trying. We're doing our best. We're kind of close, though, because I think we're... Jack says, my old worn out cherry has been popped way too many times. Oh boy. Okay, well, we gained 6 subscribers during this live stream. Way to go. So we're at 926. We need 1,000 subscribers to get monetized. 74 away, says Jack. And Melissa says to Aisha, I know he was treated as a national hero until he died. What are we talking about here? Anyway, Barbara says, exactly my opinion, the judge should dismiss this circus. T-Pal says, I think all couples should have a couple's diary that they both have to write in. So if shit hit the fan, then they can go to the diary for evidence. I would not admit a diary into evidence, because a diary, you write it, you manipulate it, you write it. You don't have to be honest in a diary. I mean, we don't know if the person writing the diary is honest. So I would not admit that into evidence. Maria says, I am trying to buy you to say nice things about Johnny, LOL, joking. I said I love him. I love his acting. He's fun. I've never been a fan of Pirates of the Caribbean. I loved his work with Tim Burton, though, and Nightmare on Elm Street, obviously, but that was just the beginning. And John Waters, Crybaby. But, again, I think this is too much. All of this is way too much. And, okay, you know, so he wins the public opinion for sure. People are on his side. The majority of the people are on his side. Do I believe he should get his acting career back? Yes. Yes, I do. I don't see a reason why he should not be hired by Disney, Warner Brothers, or whoever. I don't see a reason why they should not hire him. So I do think he should get his acting career back, for sure. I completely think he should. But should he win this trial? No, I would not give that to him. Melissa says, there were so many of them, it's disgusting, says Aisha. But what are we talking about? Letty says, I meant money wins, which is so sad. We live in a world where values and virtue are a rarity. Money makes the world go round. The song says it, economy says it. That's how we've built our society. Unfortunately, we chose to give money power. That's how we work. And that's how it is. And until we don't change that, we're always going to be going back to this old pickle. Anna Lopez says, but we had an amazing time. For sure, it was a telenovela moment. It was a bonding moment. It was great. There was a lot of emotions. I agree. Sunset says, I saw that other channel had 1 million people watching at some point today. Right. And then check out how many views that channel is going to have next week when the trial is over. Let's see if they live stream then and how many views they're going to get then. Aisha says, Melissa, there were so many of them. Oh, I still don't know what we're talking about there. And Missy says, you did great, Dacob, hand on heart. It was a fantastic experience. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's not over yet, you guys, because we got the live stream tomorrow. And then I guess there's going to be a live stream for when the jury is ready to deliver the verdict. So I think there's at least 2 more live streams to go. They're talking about Jimmy Savile and Ted Health. There's thousands of people in the UK who are not being prosecuted. Oh, gotcha, Bella. Zara says, I love it here, Dacob. Question, as a smaller content creator, how did you deal with times of feeling discouraged? I truly admire the community you built. Zara, don't give up. You gotta look at me. I mean, I started this channel anew. You know, I have a monetized main channel that I've been doing for many years. Then I started a second one for perfumes that just got monetized a while ago. It's still small, but then this third channel about pop culture. And like it's starting all over again. You think, oh, well, you got a kind of relatively good following on your main channel. All you got to do is say, hey, now I go subscribe to my new channel and done. You're going to get all your subbies to move on. No, it's not that easy. It's like literally starting from zero all over again. And it is discouraging. And then you're going to get hate comments, trolls, and people are going to try to bring you down. They're going to try to discredit you. Longevity is key. I feel sticking to your guns, consistency, discipline, keep creating, keep producing content, keep creating, and sooner or later the acknowledgement will come. For some people, it takes one video and they exponentially go viral. Some people need 20 years before they can go viral. Sorry, my earpiece here was attached to my neck. It was so annoying. Some people need forever. Some people just need one video. But you got to build up your community, and to build up your community, you need consistency and you need discipline. So the right people will find their way to you, but it takes time, especially if you're niche and if you have something to say, if you're opinionated, if you actually have something in your head, you know, some sort of education and intelligence, it's going to take you longer to actually build up your community. Why? Because most people are going to feel awkward by you, because it's easy for people to feel, oh, that content creator is acting like they know more than I do. And so people don't like that. People usually, when they feel that way, they don't want to feel like they know less than you, and they don't want to feel like you're giving them the idea that you're kind of talking down to them. But that talking down to a person, it can happen very easily that somebody feels that way, especially if the person is insecure about their own knowledge, what have you, education, emotional intelligence, all that stuff. So a person like me who has studied a lot, who has a lot to say, who has a lot of different interests, and we talk about anything. We were talking about paparazzi yesterday, and I told you the origin of the word. Or we're talking about perfumes, and I start talking to you about the origin of all the raw ingredients. We talk about fashion, I start talking about fashion history. We start talking about art, and start talking about artists. We were talking about the starlet, the singer, and then I said, the meat dress, and I tell you, like, hey, it's Tanya Bruguera. That's the original artist who did the first meat dress. Not the first meat dress, but you know what I mean. And so to me, I understand why it's harder for me to build a following, because I'm very diverse and I have something to say about a lot of different topics, and that annoys people because sometimes people are like, who do you think you are? And I get it. I mean, I'm used to this. I've been so many years on YouTube. I totally understand the mechanism. The channels that grow quicker are usually those channels that are very focused on one specific topic, keep it very simple, to the point, and repeat. And it's on repeat all the time. And it's a very simple type of repetition. And for example, these law YouTube channels, now you would think it's really hard to study law, to get a law degree. And it takes a lot of work, a lot of money, especially in America. You got to have money to study law, So, or you're in debt, but once you're a lawyer, you pass the bar, well, then you can pay off your student loans and debt. Anyway, because, pays better to be a lawyer than to work at McDonald's, doesn't it? So, even in that case, with the lawyer YouTube channel, they're very, very, very focused only on that, on the, this judicial terminology. Oh, Julie, thank you so much for the donation.
Supporting all of your channels.
Oh man, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you. I'm gonna pop your cherry right now, sweetie pa. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. We got a red cherry to pop. Check this one out. Yas queen. Got it. Oh man, it smells so good. Thank you so much, sweetie, for the super chat. So even in the lawyer instances, if you notice what they do, these channels, and they're hypnotic. I love to watch them. Guilty as charged. I love watching them, and more power to them. But I'm just telling you, it doesn't take, what I want to say is it's not just about YouTube channels where you get to see I always make this example, little kittens falling off of pianos. The cute, innocent type of things that go viral, also on TikTok. Those type of videos where you don't need to use your brains, they're just entertaining, cute, and fluffy. They get millions of views. But also the law channels, which use terminology and lingo that is specific to law, so it's not that easy. But still, they get a lot of views and followers. Why? Because they repeat the same concepts over and over and over again. And so it is quite simplified at the end of the day. And that's why it's also so hypnotic to watch them, because the same concepts, the same rules are repeated over and over and over again. And there is also something quite relaxing about that, reassuring about that, because you feel like you're pampered and protected in a space where everything is predetermined. Everything is given. The questions are given and the answers are given. There are systems set in place how the lawyers have to act in court to achieve A or B. It's almost like going to church. It's like a religion. It's as if law was based off of religion. Rules and regulations stipulated that you have to follow in order to be a good citizen, in order to make it and be free or not. Isn't that kind of also Christianity in many ways? Be good and you will be rewarded with heaven in the afterlife. Boiled down to the minimal. So same applies to law. It is like a religion. And I say this, and this is why these channels function to me, because they do function like a religious ceremony, like a sermon, like mass. Because of the repetition of the same concepts and the rules you have to follow. So in the court of law, we've spoken about this many times, moral does not equal law, not always. So something that you might find not morally acceptable or unjust doesn't mean that it's illegal. So to follow the law, you might, in order to stay within legality and how the law is built and structured, you might have to do some non-moral things, but you are legal. Because it's like law follows its own logic. Just like religion follows its own law. The church follows its own logic. So you adhere or not. Now, church is about belief. Law is about, well, you're born into this country, you're the citizen, you got to abide by the laws of this country. And this is where, but laws can be changed, right? So you don't have to believe in the law. But the law doesn't allow you to not abide by the law. While in the church, you don't have to be a part of a church. You're kind of free to not be a part of the church, but you got to abide by the law. Now, this is a huge fundamental problem for me personally when it comes to all of this conversation, moral conversation about the legal system. And I keep repeating this, we see this also through this trial. There's a lot of problems with the legal system. There's a lot of flaws in the legal system. If there were no flaws, laws would not be constantly changed, amended, debated, discussed. Well, but they are. And they are constantly debated, changed, and discussed because they're not perfect and things can be bettered. Very much so. So, but within the context of, sorry, I'm like veering all over the place, Zara Justina, ADD, I guess. No, but I can rein it back in. To answer your question, you see, it's not easy. These law channels that also can come across as, oh, well, they know better than you because they are lawyers, still get millions of views. The little kittens falling off of pianos get millions of views, but then a person like me who's versed a little bit in everything, difficult. I struggle with this because of the many different directions I go into. I'm not unilateral, and this world loves to put a label on you. They love to put a label on you. If they can put as simple as possible a label on you, the better. And the more chances of success you're going to have. If you're very easily graspable by people, if people can very easily grasp you, understand you, label you, and within that frame, if you're likable on top of that, you're a winner in this society. But the second you start veering off that path, and you're not unilateral, and it's not easy to label you, and it's not easy to identify you. I mean, listen, I just got a really weird comment yesterday on my channel. I'm going to read it to you. It's like, I didn't answer to it. I didn't flag it or anything. I just left it there because I thought, well, what is this, good or bad? Somebody said about me, you see how difficult it is to label me? Because so somebody said, this guy is a very beautiful female thingy. It would make a lovely supermodel if it was discovered by a fashion magazine. So now, even when it comes to my gender, people are confused, apparently. When it comes to the direction, I used to have one YouTube channel, and I did all my topics on that one channel. Then I realized the YouTube algorithm doesn't like that because people don't like that. People apparently subscribe to you because of the one thing they like, and they want you to keep making the same thing over and over and over again. So I had to start splitting up my channel. So I had to stop doing perfume reviews on my main Super Dacob channel because the people who like to watch my fashion videos, they don't like to watch perfume videos. To me, it's all connected, but not to the majority out there. So I started a perfume channel to make it easier for the algorithm and for people. So that's just perfumes. This pop culture channel now is like more about pop culture entertainment. Anyway, so what I'm saying is you have to simplify. The world needs simplicity in order for you to have success. I struggle with that because I have so many different interests. I have so many different things I love. So many different things I love to learn about, to read about, to discover, to talk about. So it's really hard for me, personally, to just focus on one single topic and deliver it to you every day, over and over and over again. Cooking channels, they work wonderfully. It's a simple structure. Every day, every video, new recipe. And we're cooking together, and it's the same structure. It gives you a sense of, security because it's repetitive. It's a safety net. There's a reason why my how to pronounce videos worked so well on YouTube. When I did my series on how to pronounce French designers, Italian designers correctly, those videos went viral, it's fair to say. My how to pronounce Yves Saint Laurent video received over 1 million views. We're going towards 2 million views. That it's fair to say that if your video gets over 1 million views, you could say it went viral. Now, that series of repetitive 2 to 3 minute videos each. Okay, today we're going to do how to pronounce Yves Saint Laurent. Okay, now today we're going to do how to pronounce Christian Dior. Okay, today we're going to do how to pronounce Louis Vuitton. See how repetitive? I would have died of boredom if I kept a YouTube channel just about that. I would have been probably highly successful had I done that. Had I done a YouTube channel where every day I read a new word out of the vocabulary. We start with A, we end with Z 20 years later when we get through all the words, and we pronounce every single word out of the vocabulary. You could do that. That's a very simple structure. You don't deliver your opinion on anything. So you're not opinionated. Good. That makes you likable. Why do you think that the most famous actors in Hollywood never appear in any opinion structure? On social media, they're just going to post boring sponsored posts where they appear likable. They're not going to share their opinion about politics, about anything. Because opinions make you unlikable. The more opinions you have, the more you're going to alienate yourself, because people have opinions. And if your opinion isn't the same as her or his opinion, you're not going to like that person. Chances are. You're just going to say, you know what? No, I don't want to watch this. And you're going to leave. So if you share educational moments like how to pronounce videos, like let's bake together, let's do a recipe together, those videos where you do not share opinions, those do great. Those do great. But a person like me, who has a lot of opinions, doesn't do great. So that's another tip for me to you. You just want success on YouTube, don't have any opinions. Just do something simple, relaxing for people to watch, and don't stimulate them cerebrally. The less you stimulate them, the better. And if you're like me, a delusional dreamer, poet, somebody who believes that they can make the world a better place, well, then you're going to have opinions. And if you're like me, then you're not going to go viral. Welcome to our world. That's how the world ticks. Despina says, all my life I have the same issue. Amiz says, I agree, the world wants to put you in a box. How many times were you asked in a job interview or a workshop to describe yourself with one word? It's insane. Letty says, I hear a great book that touches on this topic. It's called Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. One of my favorites, Dacob. I really respect and admire your opinions and points of view. Thank you. Jack says, I think we are all relating to this because we are all birds of a feather. And this is why I said, Jack, it takes a long time to build up a community if you are as opinionated as I am, because people like me who have that same framework of thought, we're not many. And it takes a long time for us to find each other. But once we have, we stick. But it takes a long time to grow that type of community. And Kate says, that's why, sorry, let me scroll up. I skipped. Asia says, so many Oompa Loompas who just want one topic again and again. Kate Moore says, that's why people are degrading. They want one simple, repetitive thing. Exactly. And this is a problem because it's kind of, our society just keeps spinning around in circles more and more and more into that direction. And it's like we liquefy. We become more and more dumbed down, watered down. And I don't want to be watered down. Jack says the same kind of thing was happening during the period when you were delivering a lot of commentary analysis videos. Of course. Asia says, so grateful for having the space where we can gather together. I am too. Orange Peel says, I love hearing your opinions. Asia, thank you. Asia says, can't wait for Discord community now. It's already available. for members for now. Tier 3 is coming though, and then Patreon is coming as well. Madame says, Yas Queen, keep being our versatile king. Don't let them tell you you need to be a top or bottom. Asia says, I respect when luxury YouTube creators are not afraid to criticize the brand, especially Chanel, Louis Vuitton, and Hermes. Alexa says, yeah, me too. It's like a prison, I think, to be stuck on one topic. It's like wearing the same clothes every day. I'm also way too diverse as a person and in my interests. Zara says, wow, thank you for sharing, Dacob. I needed that. Sure thing, Zara. You just keep going. Keep going, keep producing, keep creating, keep stimulating your own brain to keep going. Letty says, I'm very much like this. I know a bit of everything because I'm very curious and my mind thrives on wonder and learning. Me too. Amanda Bueller says, I love your perfume channel. You're so poetic when describing the moment it brings you. Thank you so much. Rara says, aren't your videos on YouTubers' opinion videos? Don't they do well? Rara, no. Those videos do well because people mistake them for gossip. Those videos are not gossip. Those videos are analytical of other content creators' content. They're not analytical of other content creators' lives. It's not gossip. But people flock to them because they like drama and gossip. Oh, my Sita, thank you so much for the donation. Let me pop a cherry. Thank you so much, sweetie. We got a silver one for you. Ah, yes, Queen. Thank you so much, sweetie. And Rara, and this is why those videos did well. Drama. People just wanted the tea. Oh, what did she say? What did he say? You know. Bella Lugosi says, I think having an opinion is cool, but one should be careful not to accidentally insult people and actually do your research. If you don't, you got to deal with the backlash. Well, we also live in a highly delicate world today where everybody is angry immediately. I mean, political correctness has killed the sense of humor. So obviously what is offensive to you might not be offensive to me. And offending someone can come from ignorance, for sure, because somebody did not learn. But we can learn from that, for sure. But being too quickly offended is also not a good trait, in my opinion. Asking a question before being offended is maybe a more cautious way to proceed nowadays. So I'm like, wait, you just said this to me. Did you mean to be offensive? Or explain yourself. Oh, it was just a joke? Oh, okay. Well, it wasn't funny to me, but okay, I get it. No, it's just a... So, oh, you wanted to be offensive. Oh, okay, boo-boo. Thanks for letting me... Like... You know what I mean? Thank you, Dacob, says Barbara. Thank you, Jack, Debbie, T-Pal. Thank you, Barbara. Right? Jack says, the pronunciation videos even still today get hate comments. I frequently check them. They get a lot of hate comments, yes. But a lot of good ones as well. People also thank me a lot in them. T-Pal says, I would buy everyone a Louis Vuitton if I could. Oh, T-Pal, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you. Asia says, have you ever experienced backlash on any of your videos? Yes. Yes, I have. I have experienced backlash several times, and with every time it happens, you grow slightly thicker skin, you learn how to deal with it better, you let it affect you less. It always affects you, but you just learn to live with it, like you learn to live with a disease. There's no avoiding it. The second you put content out there, there's a possibility for backlash. And Jack says, it is also humanely impossible to know every single fact about any single situation. So dealing with the backlash of not knowing would mean that we have to be robots. Or it would also mean that we're never allowed to say anything. Because we cannot know everything. None of us knows everything. You're bound to say something that is wrong from time to time. And that's okay too. And if you hurt somebody with what you said, then that somebody should tell you in a humane way, hey, you hurt me because of this reason. That person should give you the opportunity to reflect upon what you said and realize, oh, I get it. That's why it hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry. Or you could come to the conclusion that, oh, well, I think you're too sensitive. That would not hurt me. Well, and then we got a debate about what is too sensitive. So you see what I mean? It's never ending. You got to learn to let go. At a certain point, water off a duck's back. Seriously. Seriously. You know, Bella Lugosi says, I agree on your view on political correctness. I mean, child, let me tell you, everything is way politically correct. Melissa says, they watch drama videos, then they go on purse forums to ask for content ones. Exactly. Good example. Madame says, Dacob, are you going to react to any of the Smoky Glow videos or the Illuminati Chanel Saturday? Oh, Madame, I've been asked this question many times. It's like, what's the point? These people are going to keep making these videos because it brings them views, because they're controversial, because these videos use those nasty words from the Second World War with an N. The 4-letter N word, not the other N word. And they're terrible. That's defamatory. That's defamation. And on top of it, to a dead person like Coco Chanel. So I always repeat myself, but for my Tier 2 members and Tier 2 patrons, there are 2 one-hour-long videos available for members and patrons to watch, where all German collaborator allegations of Coco Chanel have been debunked through documents, books, facts. I don't want to profit off of this. These videos are for members and patrons only because some of the content cannot be published to public YouTube for a variety of reasons. So that's why they're there. But they are there. Furthermore, I want to add this. It's interesting to me how, and very sad to me, that if one thing keeps repeating itself in history, and it breaks my heart every time it happens, it's usually women coming for women. It's usually women who want to shit on another woman's parade. Rarely do I see women helping women. It's usually women hating on women, and it's usually women making these videos about how Coco Chanel was a terrible human being. Breaks my heart. It really breaks my heart. And my Sita says, Deco, please tell us on Saturday if you think Johnny's going to win his lawsuit, not the countersuit. I want to hear your opinion. So my Sita, I would not let him win. I would not let either one of the two win. But he might win. But the trolls have frequently called you that word too, which makes no sense whatsoever, says Jack. Makes no sense. Why would they call me that? I really don't know. But women bosses are the worst, says Audrey. The thing is, with Coco and with all of these other channels like Smokey and Illuminati doing these videos, and not just them, also others, they're so misinformed, and they do their research just to a certain point and not further. And they usually, for the most part, all quote just Hal Vaughn's book, Sleeping with the Enemy, which is the defamatory book about Coco Chanel, which was published before, in 2011, before 2014 or 15, the final documents were finally released from confidentiality. He knew. He could have waited until all the documents were released so that he could do a book that is fully representative of all the facts at his disposal. No, he decided to publish a book with all the documents available to him at that time, drawing certain conclusions that were wrong, but benefited the drama, benefited the sales of the book. And that book, unfortunately, is still in circulation and is still the book that people reference when they want to make their little controversial videos and get a ton of views about how Coco was a bad person. Melissa says, yes, I've seen one of these videos, YouTube videos, where they said Coco was a supporter of the Germans. Yeah, so they call it a deep dive when it's a very shallow. When they start using the deep dive, like, let's take a deep dive, I'm like, okay, girl. When you say let's deep dive, I'm like, how shallow is that water? How many knees are you gonna break when you dive deep in that shallow water? You're gonna dive deep in an inch of water? There's no substance. The water is missing. You can't go deep when you got no water, boo-boo. Marilla says, that's because we are taught to believe there is only space for one of us. So if one woman wants to have that one spot between all the men, she has to defame another woman. There's a lot of dynamics there that mess up the whole construct of women dealing with women, but this definitely seems to be one of them. And Mizi says, Audrey, I respect your opinion. I must say I had great female bosses who were true leaders and helped me progress and build on my skills. Of course, we cannot generalize. We cannot generalize. It's not always like that, but in many instances it is. Jack says, I mentioned the final documents were released in 2014 in a live stream of someone spreading the lie, and they said they didn't even know what documents had to do with it. They know nothing. Wow, Jack. Madame says, the problem is in the Illuminati one, in the video, she uses quotes from that book. It makes it seem legit for those who know. No, it makes it seem legit for those who don't know. And of course she's going to use that book. That's the book that started all of the new fuel of the allegations. Sleeping with the Enemy by Hal Vaughan. Jack says, and it was nobody mentioned today. Was that referring to? I don't know to what it was. But Asia says, Dacob, I got so many books you mentioned in your Coco videos. They're great and lots of beautiful images. Thank you, Asia. I'm glad you're liking them. There's that one video I made in particular. There's a video where I show like a lot of Chanel books, but then there's that one particular video I made where I tell you the 5 books you got to read on Coco to know the truth, or to come as close as possible to the truth. And those 5 books are amazing. Aisha says, thank goodness Coco has you here to put the record straight. Well, but am I going to make a video debunking those other chicks? No, I don't think I am. Because there's another thing you learn when you're on social media. A lot. After all is said and done, at the end of the day, people hear what they want to hear. You cannot, in today's day and age, change a person's mind. If they've made up their mind that Smoky Glow is preaching the truth, there's no way on earth that there's no document you can show to them, no official document that you can show to them that would be enough proof for them to change their mind. It's a waste of time and energy. And this is the sad reality we're at. Credibility is counted on numbers more than facts. So if Smoky Glow gets 500,000 views on that video, she's the credible source because she got the views. This is how our society ticks. The Simpsons, they predicted all of this decades ago, before even internet. The Simpsons were already showcasing the future, like the mob mentality of just follow the masses, the lemming mentality. And this is what's happening. This is what's happening. And another thing, tell him, Dacob. T-Pal, right? Oh, ain't that the truth, says Jack. So True says this. Vinasha says, I bet Smokey wouldn't turn her nose up to Chanel bag if she was offered. First of all, both of them, Smokey, first of all, the way this person behaves in their video, the demeanor, I've dealt with people like that in school. I know their character. So let's just not go there. But the rhythm, how the voice is used, how she's educating you on this thing, and the psychology behind it, whether it's conscious or subconscious, in her case, I don't know. But me as a viewer, what I feel when I watch is that she's definitely giving me like innocent vibes, like, oh, I've just done my research, but then switches often to, but I know the ultimate truth. And there's that trickery that happens there psychologically, where somebody keeps telling you they're gaining your trust by dropping in some self-reflective modesty about themselves. And then when they do that, then they drop something that they want you to believe is 100% true. And you end up believing it just because before that, a couple of steps prior to that, they have planted that seed of, look, I'm so modest and innocent. Believe me about this. There's a lot of that pattern that I'm sensing in Smokey Glow's way of talking. Now, it's just my opinion only, obviously. Yeah, high school project vibes, Aisha. That's the thing. And then Illuminati. At the end of their video, first of all, Smokey Glow did not. Okay, so she's showing Boy Capel in a photo. Except that's not Boy Capel, that's Salvador Dali in that photo. And it just starts there. And the errors in that video, it just keeps going and going and going and going. And it's embarrassing to watch. It was hard to watch through that video. The amount of errors, it's insane. Now, for Illuminati, if you're going to be knowing it all, and then in your video, you start talking about Karl Lagerfeld, I'm like, well, who is that person? Who's Karl Lagerfeld with an N? Lagerfeld. Who's that? Who's Karl Lagerfeld? I don't know any Karl Lagerfeld. So, just silly examples, but that show you a lot. You know. Yeah, Lagerfeld, right. You know, and so also they come from a place where, at least when it comes to Smokey, she kind of, you know, gets a ton of views, sponsored video. First of all, they have sponsors in their videos, and videos with a very heavy topic like Nazis. Like, who wants to sponsor a video where you're talking about something so heavy? They both have sponsorships. They're both selling products in their videos. And I mean, has anybody questioned the morality of said products? If you're preaching and praising the morality in your videos. So there's that. Then, when it comes to Smokey in particular, she already begins, she did that with her Hermes Birkin Kelly bag video as well. Like, the way she talks about them, about these bags and this type of luxury, she judges it as something bad. So how can you deliver an impartial study on this case when you already are kind of hating on these bags and on these styles and on this lifestyle and on these fashion houses? So what Illuminati says at one point in the video is like, well, but or actually even Smokey Glow comes to this conclusion, well, but don't worry, you can buy the stuff today if you want to, because at the end of the day, Coco Chanel herself did not design the new things. The new bags are designed by Karl Lagerfeld. I'm like, actually, girl, no, he passed away. Well, actually, Lagerfeld doesn't exist with an N. But Karl Lagerfeld passed away, so now it's Virginie. But anyway, so you're delivering some sort of weird verdict. And again, I said Smokey Glow has a ton of views. Illuminati gets a ton of views. They can afford these bags. Don't get fooled. These people can easily afford these bags. And then some. But are acting like, let me be relatable to my viewers. Because if I have millions of people watching me every day, you best believe they're not that 1% that can afford $100,000 worth of Chanel every season. So, Illuminati has like over 1 million views. So if you have a channel like that, and you sponsorships every video, honey, you can afford a $10,000 bag like that. Just my opinion, but then you want to sound relatable to your viewers, like Smokey Glow does, and then she's like, oh, by any means, I can't afford it, I don't know, difficult. I'm like, no, you can actually, seeing your numbers on your channel, but you want to be relatable. You want to sound relatable to your audience. And there we go with the manipulation. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, we're not entering into that. As I said in my live stream, and I'm repeating it here and now, all I'm doing here right now is entertainment only. What I'm saying is for entertainment purposes only. This is just my opinion, not rooted in any facts. So everything is just alleged. Just to be very, very clear. And that's that. So how can you make a video commenting on their videos when there's like so much to be said? There's like, you have to go in so many different directions. You gotta debunk all the errors that they said in their video. How do you do it? You gotta show documents. It takes a lot of time to collect all of that. Like, is it worth my time at the end of the day? No, it's not, because my video would not get the millions of views that their video gets. But I would need weeks and weeks of preparation to debunk every single spot that they said wrong in their videos. And on top of that, their followers, fans, and viewers would not give a flying F about what I say and my proof. They would just come for me. How dare I come for their icons, for their idols? So then I would get all the shit from their trolls. I would not get the views that would warrant the actual work that goes into making a debunking video like that. And it's just... it's a losing, I don't even want to say war. It's a losing battle even. It's not even a battle you can win. You need to win a couple of battles before you can win the war. Well, this wouldn't even be a one battle. This would be a losing battle to begin with. So when she was... Aisha, as if she knows her facts. I don't think so, says Aisha. Debbie says, when she was your size, Smokey had an eyeshadow collab with an indie makeup brand. She had her own palette. Oh, interesting, Debbie. Aisha says, Despina, do you mean Yves Saint Laurent? Bella Lugosi says, who was German as well, by the way, just saying who? Karl Lagerfeld, or who are you talking about? Aisha says, Debs, I bet it was a hot mess. I didn't buy it, says Debbie. Nina says, hi guys, I'm back. Hi Nina, welcome back. Welcome back. Exactly, Nico says T-Pal. So Debbie says, not worth the BS. Nina says, oh, what are you talking about? It's a rigged game. It's a rigged game. But anyway, I mean, I know we're now completely off topic. This has nothing... Well, you know what? Actually, we're not off topic, because this defamation lawsuit kind of falls into this as well. This example of these YouTubers defaming Coco Chanel with all the allegations that they claim have been proven to be true, it just kind of proves even more my point about this system. It's a flawed system. Like Jack said, for one part, it's rigged. George Orwell also says it really very well in Animal Farm, when the animals started separating, you know, all animals are equal, but then at a certain point the pigs started saying, well, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And well, but that's the judicial court system in America, at least. If you don't have money, forget about it. Forget about it. If you have money, you're going to win. Well, how is that fair? How is that justice? You tell me. Same applies to YouTube. You got more viewers, you got a bigger following, well then you're more a credible source, no matter how many lies you say. Well, how is that justice? That's the world we live in. Jack says, this turned into a very educational moment, I think. Oh, I hope I didn't bore you guys. I only follow 5 channels in total. Out of those, 3 are yours. Never realized this is how YouTube world works. Oh, thank you, Amizi, so much for following my 3 channels. Thank you, sweetie. Mrs. Boo says, 4 legs good, 2 legs better. I'm enjoying the chat, says Aisha. On point, the George Orwell quote there, Dacob, says Aisha. Bella Lugosi says, love me some George Orwell. Brilliant man. Oh, he was amazing. Asia says, same like Chanel now will be catering to VIPs in dedicated stores. Asia, you've been asking that a little bit further up. We're going to talk about that on Saturday in detail. That's one of the topics this coming Saturday on the main channel. And Julie Medea says, welcome to class. Not at all, Dacob. I love these discussions. Thank you, Sunset and Moonlight. Well, anyway, that's, I guess, all I had to say. You know, I'm thinking next week maybe we can also live stream from Totally Dacob the UFO trial, because I think that is super fun. The U.S. government is kind of talking, I think, in the Senate, I think military is talking about UFOs and stuff like that. So that's a whole other trial that we could look into. That's something we could do next week. So there's a bit of a problem here. It seems that the verdict might be delivered on Tuesday in the Johnny Depp trial. Now, the verdict being delivered on Tuesday would coincide with my 31st May live stream, with the announcement that I have to make. So we have to figure out how to do this. If the verdict is delivered on the 31st of May, I have to figure out where to live stream, because the verdict is one thing, and then or I could live stream the verdict, because that should not take too long, and then that's one thing, and then jump into, and then switch, and then do the live stream on the main channel after that. Yeah. Sunset. It's a UFO trial. It's a UFO trial. I mean, they're not, like, UFOs are not being sued or anything, but it's like the government talking about UFOs. It's like a UFO hearing. It's a hearing about UFOs. It's a very interesting thing. So we could talk about that. Buckle up, my little aliens, right, Julie? I know it's so fun. Well, you can do the verdict after the announcement. We can all transfer. We could do that. Either verdict first, then announcement, or announcement first, then verdict. So technically it could be doable, but this is only if the jury reaches a verdict by Tuesday. UFO trial wearing Mugler alien perfume. You're all set, Amizi. Yeah, you're completely set. And then after that, obviously, as Halloween approaches, we're also going to get into Chucky Season 2. Get your Season 1. I'm so excited. Oh, now you can see it better and bigger. Look, it's a 3-dimensional. Ooh, boozy. Look at boozy. Check it out. It's that little lenticular cover with the booklet and the postcards and the... that little plastic card is really amazing. Let me show you. I think you could illuminate this one from the back. Oh my God, isn't he adorable? Yeah, it's like that. Hold on. Oh my gosh, we could have Chucky floating. Wait, let me... If he doesn't reflect light, and if we focus on his eyes, camera. More to the center. There you go. Isn't he amazing? So this is kind of like, what do they call this thing? Acetate art card. And then it comes with 4 art cards, 32 page booklet, and a lenticular slipcase. Live-in ferret. Live-in ferret. Yeah, it looks like one of those projector sheets from school. I know it does. It does. I also thought it was, but it would melt if you heat it up too much. So I don't want to do that to Chucky. Chucky needs talks? What do you mean, detox? Great DVD cover. That's amazing. Yes, Aisha. Yes, 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 yes. And I think this is actually the UK edition. So you can. I had to import this little baby. But in the UK you can get it. This is the back of it. When you pull off the back actually has another paper that describes all the contents, but then it's just like two little rubber stickers. You take it off, and then this is the back side of the box. This show is so good. I started rewatching it. I'm on episode 3 again now. Oh man, it's so good. Now there's also the cheaper version. You don't have to do the crazy one. I just love Chucky, everything Chucky, so I wanted the lenticular one, but they also have DVD release or just Blu-ray release, or the Blu-ray with the little extra package. No, Grant, I know what that is. The projector sheets. Oh, Chucky needs Botox, says T-Pal. So he doesn't look so angry. Oh, Chucky, he loves being angry. Well, this is after he got Botox. This is after Botox, you guys. He's like, I'm done. I'm done. I think the young people have no idea what that is. Oh, the thing. Oh, maybe I'll order one. Season 2 is coming out this year in fall. Debbie owns the show on Amazon. Grant, even I know what that is, and I'm a younger vampire, says Jack. Oh, isn't the Orville? Oh my God, is it starting? I can't wait to see it. Perfection, says T-Pal. Grant says Best Buy had a slip, though, but not lenticular. Yeah, Best Buy has a slip. Yeah, exactly. I had to get this one from the UK. Because I wanted the special little booklet thing. So anyway, that's that. Well, guys, so tomorrow we still have the closing arguments. I don't know when. I guess they're going to begin at 9 in the morning, Virginia time. So if I don't manage to wake up in time, I'm going to start streaming later. But then I'm thinking maybe when I do wake up and I start streaming, maybe I should immediately start streaming from the beginning of the trial day, rather than beginning wherever it is in that moment live. You know what I mean? So when I go online, I'm just going to start streaming from the beginning of whatever's available on stream, rewound to the beginning. If there is a live stream of the court tomorrow at all, I would think there would be, but Anna says, I can't with Chucky. Oh, Anna retracted the message. You can't with Chucky. Anna does not like Chucky. Debbie says June. What? Orville is coming in June? I don't know when Orville is coming. Thank you, Mod Squad, and thanks, Dacob. So thanks to the mods. Looking forward to tomorrow, says Miri. Big round of applause to Debbie, to Jag, to Audrey, Silala, Just Yapping for keeping us safe while here and there and everywhere on all the channels. Subscribe, you guys, to my channel. Let's try to reach this 1K subscriber goal. Seems to be harder by the day. And also, obviously, another thing that we're going to do, we're going to play more games, because everybody seemed to really enjoy playing the word game. So we could definitely live stream more word games next week as well, if you're up for it. You know. And we are at 929 subscribers. So 71 subscribers away from the goal. And I said, sorry, misspelled. I was afraid of getting out of bed for fear of getting my ankles cut by Chucky. Oh, Chucky's not going to cut your ankles. Don't worry. You guys are great, Mrs. Maria. Always keep me entertained. And I don't even understand some stuff you guys talk about. Oh, we did one, but we had a troll, Debbie. There was a fruit fly, but it got squashed. Yas. Oh, fabulous. Yay, Debbie. Good for you for squashing. I didn't even notice. Well done. The word games are awesome, says Sunset. Oh, what a great night with y'all. All right, you guys, a few days ago you squashed the troll. Yes, Debs. Fabulous. Yeah, we don't have the membership emojis on Totally Dacob because they're just for the main channel. But yeah. Yes, Nina, we're done here. So sad I missed much of the live. Don't worry, you can rewatch it. I'm going to leave it online, and tomorrow is the next live stream. So until tomorrow, thank y'all so much for listening to me blabber on and talking to me. Until tomorrow, never forget to never give up on love. Bye.